Karibuni, karibuni. Niko hapa. Karibuni. Yes, welcome on board. Karibuni katika kipindi yetu. Na nikiwaanzishia show mapema, si ati mnakuja mmechelewa. You need to come here. Nataka we cover you ujinga ya Ruto. Leo mtacheka mshindwe. Yeah. These days kuna vile I want us to be having this show with fun, because we are winning. So you ufai kukua ati gurume umeshinda wapi, sijui umekuwa na kazi mingi ati you just want to. I want you people to relax. Na mjue ya kwamba hii assignment ya Ruto tunamalizia tukua tunafurahi. I don't know kama mnanishika. Hii assignment ya Ruto tunamalizia for the first time. We will not eject Ruto out of State House sura zetu zikuwa zinanuna. We are ejecting Ruto out of State House tukua tuna smile, because everything is favoring us. Na nimekuwa nikiwaambia, some people here tell me I'm hallucinating. Haya, nyinyi muendelee tu. Mimi nishaonea hii kitu 18. Hii kitu nishaionea 18. Hawatoboi na ndio there's no need ya kushinda nikiwaekea ati Ruto ati na ile ujinga walikuwa nafanya State House. Who can do that? Muone huyu ni jamaa amelemewa. Watu niambie nianzie kucheza hiyo ujinga State House hapa. Huyu ni jamaa amelemewa bana. Vitu kama hizo siwezi cheza. So from today henceforth nisha ban Ruto hapa. Hatutaicheza video ya Ruto hapa. Siwezi cheza ujinga kama hiyo. Ruto is the first human being to be banned from our studio. Hatuwezi weka ujinga yake hapa. Tutakuwa tunaiongelea lakini chezwe kwingine. Siwezi anzia kucheza hiyo ujinga hapa. Ati mtu sijui ati watu wa UDA ananunulia watu manguo so that he can have an event with the color. It's not a colorful. There is a difference between a colorful event and an event with the color. Hiyo nguo yote alinunua ya UDA leo, angeipeleka na angesema anunulia watoto school uniform. So musinia Ruto ashabaniwa kwa hii kipindi yetu hapa. Amuta hiyo na Ruto hapa tena. He is the first man kubaniwa. Ruto lazima tumuoneshe venye anatakanga. Tushambana. So musi expect ati niwaoneshe Ruto hapa. Wewe tu tafuta pahali ingine umuone. Yai Mero Idera. So Ruto ashabaniwa kwa hii kipindi yetu. So amutaiona video za Ruto hapa. Siwezi onyesha vitu kama hizo. The sickening. Nyinyi mumeona hiyo ujinga ilikuwa State House leo? In a country where children are not in school. Alafu niambie niweke ujinga kama hiyo? Siwezi weka. I cannot put a crazy man to be. Afadhali hata bado zangu nitumie kuona kitu ingine. Wacha hata niweke cartoon. I better watch cartoon than watch Ruto. So ati mnaniambia ati kuna mtu ati ananiambia ati wewe weka hiyo, hakuna, siwezi. Bana. Munaniona sana. Ati tuwekee Ruto hapo wewe tuone vile alikuwa anafanya. Kuna wewe hatuwezi weka. Hi Debbie, karibu. Ati tuwekee Ruto hapo tuone ati Ruto ameshinda wapi? Brother.
This is Mabel, and she's about to use technology to explore the animal world.
Hatuwezi ona mjinga kama huyo. No, it's not about. I know you want us to see that stupidity. And si ulisikia hata Mbudi akisema jana, mimi ndio Sonko yenu hapa eh? So lazima mkubalie Sonko akisema kitu lazima mnakubaliana eh? No, I think my thinking na vile naona vitu siwezi ona Ruto. Kile nimeona State House leo msiniambie niweke tu, muniambie tu niwaekee na niende niwaachie mkiona, but there's no in which naweza weka hiyo ujinga ya Ruto hapa tunipike ya kuje awaekee muone. Iwezekani bana. Amukuona hiyo ujinga? Yani mukuona hiyo ujinga? Lazima mukiamua mnataka kuona Ruto, mtamuona kama siko hapa. Nitawaekea na niende. I cannot see that stupidity. Niliangalia tu hivi. I think Kenya we are just a crazy country. Na huyu mtu ndiye rais wetu. Katuna unatuambianga wewe, is that a winning campaign? Wewe unaniambianga all the time you still doubt. Hata hiyo ujinga ya Ruto una doubt? Bwana, hata tusipige campaign bwana. Kuna bana. Mnatuonea sana. Ati Ruto ni mnoma. Kuna kitu bana. Eno mmeshidaje? So musiseme ubishi asha dai. Ruto akona 22%. Model yangu hata ishift. And I used to tell you that. Namba ya Ruto ishift 22. Na umeona leo wale watu wamehamia DCP. Na yupo wengine si mamol. Nimeona hata Havi ameingizwa leo. Nimeona akina Gachagua akiweka Havi kofia. And it is so sick. Yani tu nimeona ati Ruto anaibisha Kenya bana. I thought Kenya we are better than that. Model yangu inatoa 22. And I was ready between 21 and 22. But opposition is performing very well, by the way. But for the first time, Matiang'i is doing better than Ruto. Matiang'i ashafika 27. Matiang'i ashafika 27. Matiang'i ashafika 27. But my model is now showing something interesting. My model is showing, wacha nisiseme hiyo, nikiwaambia sasa mtaanzia kusema. This is what my model is saying. My model is saying Gachagua is declining but DCP is increasing. Wacha tu niwaambie tu. So the highest I had for Gachagua, I think 3 or 2 months ago, was 41. Now Gachagua has dropped to 31. So Gachagua has dropped to 31, but DCP is rising. So Gachagua has dropped to 31. So when you do a man-to-man collation, when you do a man-to-man collation, so ukiwaeka wote, if you put all of them, if you put Gachagua, Matiang'i, Kalonzo, Matiang'i is at 27, Kalonzo is at 29, then Gachagua is at 31, if you put all of them. But when you do a one-on-one match, if you do a one-on-one match in ile ya one-on-one match ni Gachagua versus Kalonzo, Gachagua versus Matiang'i, Matiang'i versus Gachagua, Matiang'i versus Kalonzo. If you do one-on-one match, Kalonzo is defeating all of them. You know you are about to do one-on-one matches. You unaifanya through permutation. You permutate between every two guys. So Kalonzo is cruising there. So in fact, when you do Kalonzo and Gachagua, wakiwa wawili, Kalonzo is ahead with a double digit. Double digit is 10 plus. So Kalonzo is 15% plus. Wakiwa wawili, Kalonzo and Gachagua. So when it is Kalonzo and Gachagua, Kalonzo is mummifying Gachagua. When it is Matiang'i and Gachagua, Gachagua is still a little bit ahead, but not far, a little bit ahead. When you do Matiang'i and Kalonzo, Kalonzo is a little bit far, and the gap is quite ahead than when you match them with Gachagua. So my model right now, I can say, if you do man-to-man match, Kalonzo is leading them with a double-digit number. Then we have Gachagua, then we have Matiang'i. So the headache which I'm having is, are we saying we have a deputy president as Gachagua? Are we saying we push Gachagua to number 3? Unajua najaribu kuwapangia tu hiyo prime CS, then we have Matiang'i, because ziko hivyo sasa. My model is Kalonzo Musyoka, Gachagua, then Matiang'i. But Matiang'i is rising, so there could be a possibility with the time Matiang'i could equate or maybe apita Gachagua. I don't know. So that one-on-one match. So hapo ndio nataka muniambie sasa, because tunasema sasa Gachagua ni ashike. Gachagua is doing well than Matiang'i for now. So hapo ndio mutaniambia sasa, mutaniambia. So the issue of people joining DCP is DCP is on the rise. And this is what is happening. And actually my model is showing that people are willing to give DCP power, but people are hesitant on Gachagua. You can see it, by the way. So DCP is having that positive vibe, but Gachagua is not having that positive vibe. So you can see when you plot the two curves, DCP is rising, Gachagua is a little bit declining slowly, although the decline is not sharp. I don't know, but it is something we need to evaluate. Then we have also to be very careful. I hope DCP is not becoming popular because Ruto ametuma Mamoru Zuko. I am also very careful. I hope sio Mamoru wanapandwa, because that is what initially happens when parties are very new and opponents wanatumanga watu. It's a political genius. We have also to be very careful about that. DCP could be getting more. So DCP and any political party which does not have a base. When I talk of a base, DCP still doesn't have a base. They are establishing their base. Any party without a base can be infiltrated. So DCP needs a formula to understand. If they are receiving sympathizers of Ruto without knowing, but those people will be working for Ruto at night. It's an assignment they have to do. No one can help them to do that. So even as they bring people, they need to, there must be a preferential concept. Isikuwe tu ni watu Ruto anatuma huko and Ruto is feeding them. So I don't know how, and it is very difficult to detect that. Watu wa kutumwa na Ruto, watu wanakura kwa Ruto lakini wako kwa DCP for optics na kusaidia Ruto. So it happened exactly what Ruto did in 2022. Planting malls in Azimio is, you know, human beings do not change their concept. So it is like in football. In football, mtu abadilishangi concept. Kama wewe umezoea 4-3-1. So Ruto amezoea, Ruto is an expert of malls. And Ruto cannot work without malls. So you have to be very skeptical. And Ruto will have malls everywhere. Ruto will have malls working with Matiang'i. Ruto will have malls working with Gachagua. And Ruto will have malls working with Kalonzo. So we need a scientific method to understand malls. Even some in ODM will quit ODM wakisema hiyo ODM yetu ni ujinga, wakuje, but ni Ruto anawaambia nyinyi endeni huko. Vukeni huko ili mkue mnatuambia na mkue mnatupangia. Or you go and destabilize. Tukipanga kulinda kura wanasema haina haja ya kulinda kura. Tuko mbele. Sijero hiyo nani anu unasema sijui mbona watu wazinile havi. So DCP needs, you know, DCP is becoming very colorful. But itabidi waelewe who are enemies. They cannot walk without knowing who enemies are. They cannot walk blindly, and they will die. Remember, Ruto knows he cannot finish DCP. Ruto knows DCP is a very big party vile iko sasa. And this is what happens politically. Once you realize a political party has become very big, you destroy them from inside. So, and Gachagua has to be very skeptical of anyone who comes to him, because Ruto will be destroying these political parties from inside. Kuna uwezekano they will even wiretappers. DCP kila kitu wanaongea kinafikia Ruto. So it is not yet Uhuru. It is not yet Uhuru. It is tough battle. Tough battle. And hiyo sio rahisi. Hiyo sio rahisi. Identification of malls. That is what they have to be very careful. Otherwise, watagongwa tu moja. So that is the biggest assignment which now Ruto has. From inside, watakipata. No, that's what I'm trying to tell you. And that is what any government which realize hawana watu, munatumanga mamor sasa, wawasaidie. So Ruto already knows he is very unpopular. So he will be destroying from inside. Unapata tu watu wazembe. Can you imagine? All the time we were thinking that Gathoni was our person. The other guy of Ruiru was our person, Amani Juja. Can you imagine? We have all been in there. I wish you can, and today I will explain to you the destruction which these two guys have. Actually, hawa watu walitumwa kwa Gachagua so that they can prepare. Hawa watu walikuwa moz wa Ruto, so that Ruto could be able to penetrate in Mbere and to change the optics of the perception, which, because Gachagua alikuwa amekurui sana. So it was a destructive tactic which Ruto brought so that he can be able to cool down Gachagua in terms of penetration in Mlima. Actually, Gachagua anafaa kukuwa amepenetrate more, but this most blocked is resurgence. So ni noma. So, and it is not easy. So hello, Jenjoki. So DCP has no any other alternative, but if they need experts now, DCP now needs professional people who can be able to analyze for them people. Naambia huyu ni mole. Now DCP has to be prepared to excommunicate people. Jenny Joker anasema we have been taken. So DCP has to be prepared to to excommunicate people. Na mamods wengine wanaweza komerera kabisa hadi uchaguzi ishe and pretending na watakuwa natusi Ruto vibaya sana so that they can fit tunasema huyu ni wetu. There are advanced methods of knowing a mole. Number one, if you want to know a mole, most are people who do not invest in that party. So if Gachagua, and that's why hao watu wanasema sijui ati Gachagua anaitisha pesa. If somebody believes in DCP or Wiper, waanzie kugharamia sasa, waanzie kuinvest pesa yao hapo, waanzie kuinvest sawa sawa. If you want to join DCP, especially forget about Raia. How are politicians? Membership ya politician ikuwe milioni 5. Yes, I agree with Gachagua on that. Yes, weka pesa, mtu akuje na pesa kuingia chama, because money is commitment. Uko na uchungu, you don't want your money to go away. Lakini hakuna ati story ati kila mtu akuje. Hakuna, there is nothing ati kila mtu akuje. People will have to commit with money. Afadhali hata wakuu wanapata information from us after they have committed with the money. Wacha waende waambie Ruto awape hiyo pesa walete. Yeah, so if Ruto is planting them as most, Ruto, because you cannot completely block most, wacha Ruto invest hiyo pesa kwetu. It can be used to do something. That's the only way in which you can. So kama sasa watu, especially mtu kama Harvey who we don't know, Gachagua is supposed to ask like 20 million from them. They have to invest. And yes, they have to show the attitude of progressing party and recruiting others. Unampea target. Unamwambia we need to see recruitment of like 20,000 people. So if they are not doing that, unajua hawa, so there are those things which they have to do in the party to make za kuoneshana kweli yenyewe huyu mtu ni wetu. Lakini si ati story ya mtu tu anasema tu ni DCP juu amewekwa tu kofia na una relaxia hapo. That is where they are just there as spies to give information ile mambo yote tunapanga. You will have to invest properly. Politics is investment. So Gachagua hiyo usiache. And whoever who is wanting to anataka ati hiyo story uache, you cannot stop. So those guys have to invest properly. Hakuna kuweka watu kofia bure sasa. Watu walipia hiyo kofia sasa. Because they want to use these people advantage either to buy using it. So itabidi wa yeah. Yeah, ni sawa. Yeah, of course, watu kama lazima ukae ukiwa investigate vibaya sana. And be assured that hao watu wengi tunaweka makofia especially saa hii ni mamols. Hiyo sikudanganyi. You will be anyway, this is how I will put it. To cut the wrong story short. This is how I will put it. 50% of people will come to DCP ni most. I hope that one has landed. 50% ya watu watakuja DCP ni mamos. Mukae mukijua hivyo. Wacha tusikie ODM leo.
Mtu akidhubutu kumtoa Sifuna katika ODM Secretary General, yeye ndiye atakuwa mwisho wa ODM. Kweli ama si kweli? Kweli ama si kweli? Lakini wewe unajua bado tunalia. Bado tunalia sana. Baba alizikwa mwaka jana. Na nataka niseme kwamba lazima tupatie heshima familia ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Mama Aida Odinga amepitia mengi sana. Ameishi miaka 10 kama Raila Odinga yuko gerezani. Na watoto wake wakinawili wamepata mateso makubwa sana. Kwa hivyo mimi naomba tumuombee Raila Amolo Odinga pamoja na familia yake. Na tutaki watu wachezee familia.
Could your portfolios work harder? Maybe it's time to explore alternative investments. You're invited to join Phoenix
familia ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Hatutaki. Mimi nina machache. Mtu akitaka kujua ni nini Raila Amolo Odinga alisema, sikia sauti yake, angalia maandishi yake. Sahihi. Na haya ambao ameweka sahihi, Sifuna alikuwa pale wakitunga haya maneno na akaweka sahihi pamoja na Rais Ruto. Kitu cha kwanza ambapo Raila alisema katika haya maandishi ni lazima tuangalie mambo ya cost of living, hali ya maisha. Anasema kabla kufanya chochote viongozi, tuangalie hali ya maisha ya wananchi. Iko kwa maandishi ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Sijui kama hali ya maisha yenu ni mzuri. Hali ya maisha yenu ni mzuri. Wengine wanasema tuko kwa serikali. Yule yuko kwa serikali ndani hapa, niinue mkono juu nione. Hebu inua mkono kama uko kwa serikali.
Prince, hapo ndio nilikuwa nikitaka musikie. Orengo aliuliza swali noma sana. Nani hapa yuko kwa serikali? I want you hear his response. Orengo aliuliza swali, nani hapa yuko kwa serikali? It's a tough one.
Sisi tuko kwa hali duni ya matatizo. Hali ya maisha ya wananchi iko kwa maandishi ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Sijui kama hali ya maisha yenu ni mzuri. Hali ya maisha yenu ni mzuri. Wengine wanasema tuko kwa serikali. Yule yuko kwa serikali ndani hapa, niinue mkono juu nione. Hebu inua mkono kama uko kwa serikali. Sisi tuko kwa hali duni ya matatizo. Raila akasema,
can you imagine? Watu wanaulizwa kama wako kwa serikali. You know, these are the optics I want us to, na ndio nawaletea hizi vitu. And then you have to agree the reason when ukisikia Budi akikwambia mimi ndiye mdosi wenyu hapa, uanzie kuamini sasa. I'm now isolating for you those things that I can show you what is happening. I usually take a lot of time to glue these things together. Sasa huyo ni Orengo hapo anauliza watu, nani yako kwa serikali? Ebu and because you have watched, how many confirmed wako kwa serikali? I need that answer from you. Ama issue itaendelea. And how many people confirmed wako kwa gava bwana? Na wache jokes. Nani yuko kwa serikali hapa? It was a very simple question. So the question which I'm asking, because nataka sasa to tie hii story. Hii story ya kina Oburu na kina Gladys Wanga. Who do they speak for? Unajua, these are things which now I want us to start now asking ourselves, like, do you know that I've come to realize, like, by the way, there is a possibility, by the way, Ruto is talking with ghosts. Huyu jamaa ako peke yake mo. No, listen to this one. You know, this one is tough. Nataka musikilize hapa. Hii kitu sirudia sababu sina content. But I want you to hear this one. Na alafu sasa you transpose Oburu hapa na uweke Wanga hapa, nao baadhi ya watu wengine who have been saying that for now sisi tuko kwa, and you transpose that and you also try to ask yourself, you uweke hii pia Orengo's influence, Orengo's coalition, Orengo, yani put all that one into who is more believable. Kama sahi between Orengo and Oburu, who might have, unajua, all those things we have to put them into the matrix. Hawa Wajaluo wako kwa Ruto. Hawa Wajaluo wako kwa Ruto. Sikiliza.
Unasema tuko kwa serikali. Yule yuko kwa serikali ndani hapa, niinue mkono juu nione. Hebu inua mkono kama uko kwa serikali.
And by the way, that is a signal to the opposition. Orengo is, you know, this one is metamorphic. From a metaphor. Metaphoric. Yeah, this one is metaphoric. And let me explain to you this. Hii lazima nikuelezee hii. Siku hizi nataka kukua nawaambia maneno kama pastor. Unasikiliza kadogo, you give an interpretation. Now, nabudi akuje sasa nimurushe maswali hapa sasa. Now, that is metaphoric. Why is it metaphoric? It's a signal. Nyinyi watu wa United Opposition, don't give up on us. That is blinking. What Orengo is doing, he is blinking. Ana blink. Anaonesha signal. He is blinking. And these are some of the working spirits which will take us all the way to the election. There is hope. There is hope.
Sisi tuko kwa hali duni ya matatizo. Raila akasema, na hapa nikaweka kidole, akasema hii memorandum si ya kuweka formation ya political coalition. Amesema hapa, anasema hapa hakuna.
And what I'm saying now is that now the opposition has to know how to gravitate now here. Sasa, what there is within the next 1 month, how wapinzani sasa, they have to understand how to read these signals. And they have to start tapping this. And lazima, you don't allow people to signal forever. Somebody can signal forever and gari ipite iende. So when a signal is placed, you hata ukiwa kwa traffic light, ukiwekewa signal ya green upite, alafu uzubae hapo, ready rudi, you don't know, you'll have to stop there and you wait for the green. So you have to understand such signals and you start sending negotiators quickly. Orengo ni kuitana anaitana, na sisi tu upinzani tu tumezubaa tu. Orengo tu anaitana technically. So hiyo tu nimeamua tu ku advise tu. So right now we need to, maybe they are talking, I don't know, but now somebody should be talking with these guys. Hata kama ni chini ya maji, I don't know, but somebody should be talking with these guys quickly before they destabilize, or before Ruto I encroach too much. Because what happens that when you are given signals, you are supposed to respond with an action. Otherwise, encroachment ikifanywa sana, it means you will have to work more. Na yopo msimamo unapea hawa wakereketo wako ulituambia jana wanasikiliza. They need to listen this one. This one is powerful. They have to gravitate to these people quickly. Orengo bado there is a fact already. Orengo anauliza nani yako kwa serikali hapa. We can't hear. And you know, Orengo is not like trying to, there is an indication Orengo is giving. This is the time we need to gravitate to Nyanza quickly. We need rallies in Nyanza. That's how you interpret these signals now. But now we cannot say that tuachane na Nyanza. Actually, what it shows is that we can actually inject Ruto out of Nyanza. Hii kitu tu vile inakuonesha Nyanza is ready for collaboration. So we need rallies now. So I not boardroom here. Here you cannot do boardroom with such. Already Ruto has been very aggressive in Nyanza. It is not bearing fruit. That is why you cannot convince some of these guys, Orengo, huyu mwingine wa Kisumu, Nyong'o. So you have to gravitate to these people quickly. So because this is what happened in Mount Kenya, tulichelewa and Ruto had already encroached. So ukiruhusu huyu mtu encroach, you will have to work a lot. So this is the time now to flush out Ruto from Nyanza. Hanaweza tolewa huko, but sio June ama atima December huko. Right now we can flush Ruto out. We need now rallies huko. We need to take one-term rallies in Nyanza. It's a fertile ground. Very, very fertile ground. So hii sio ile ya kungojea ati uchaguzi. Already you can see Ruto is doing his stupidity in the State House, people's house. In fact, for your information, it is illegal. It is illegal to do what Ruto was doing today in the State House. State House is a house for everybody. It is illegal. You cannot take a campaign to the State House. Unajua saa zingine watu, kuna mtu ataniambia hapa, you cannot. It's just like though you cannot hoist a UDA flag in the State House. You cannot do that. That's a people's house. So you jinga Ruto anafanya State House is illegal. So naona tu mwamba tu anasema I don't know what he is saying about that, but wacha Orengo aendelee.
Mambo ya coalition. Raila alikuwa anasema lazima hizi zitimizwe kwanza.
Let's be real. Getting over someone that you saw forever with, now that is a breakup that hits.
Ndio tuanze mambo ya coalition. Na haya maneno ni mazito sana, na siwezi kuzisoma zote. Alisema watu kushika holela holela, na wengine ambao waliuliwa, lazima haki itimizwe na walipe compensation. Akasema hali ya vijana, Gen Z mko hapa? Raila hakusahau mambo ya Gen Z na hali ya akina mama. Ameweka katika hii mkataba ambao najua mkono wa SG Sifuna ilikuwepo hapa. Kwa hivyo msidanganywe. Raila kusema mambo ya coalition, alisema haki ya wananchi itimizwe kwanza, ndio akiridhika anaweza kusema ya kwamba sasa tunaweza kufanya nao wenzetu kazi. Na alisema haya maneno lazima zitimizwe.
That's why your speech ya Orengo is very serious. I want us to analyze all of it. Anasema coalition is supposed to be discussed after accomplishment of those 10 agenda. So I'm double sure what Orengo is saying is that there is no any single agenda which has been achieved. That is what Orengo is saying hapa. He doesn't need to say that, but hata nyinyi mnajua ya kwamba Ruto incidentally has done nothing. So out of the many things zile ambazo walikubaliana na Raila, zero has been done. So Orengo is saying we will not have a coalition with Ruto. That is what, unajua in politics lazima you have to interpret what is not being said by using what has been said. This is what Orengo is saying. Orengo is saying we will not coalesce with Ruto because Ruto has not achieved what they agreed with Raila Odinga. That's what Orengo is saying. Orengo anasema because Ruto hakuna kitu amefanya. We know that. Even people in Nyanza, they know. So if that statement of Orengo is true, there's no coalition between anyone who subscribes to Railaism or Odingaism. Because now, once somebody has died, we now invoke their immortality through the name. Now, what has been left is Odingaism and Raidaism, if they are there. So, if you say you support Odingaism, it is exactly what Orengo is saying. If you support Odingaism, because now that is the influence which has been left. That's why they are invoking a manna in the grave. Because now all what you are left with is to agree with the influence which he left. And Ruto has not done anything. So technically, Orengo has confirmed to us. And this is a question we need to ask ourselves. Is Orengo influential? As Orengo is saying this, who is he speaking to? Within the ODM fraternity, what percentage of people would agree with what Orengo is saying? Is he talking to Akina Omosh 1 hour? Is he talking to Akina Gausho? Who are the target crowd here? You know, those are things which we need to ask ourselves. Yeah, who are our target crowd here? Like, who is he speaking to? Yeah, anaambia nani? Like, is this because he is a bona fide member of ODM? He is a ODM governor. So, anaongelesha nani? Is he speaking to us who are not members of ODM? Is he speaking to the ODM of Oburu? So, because in politics, every statement has an audience. So, the question which we need to ask ourselves, what is the audience of Orengo? Is a question I'm asking. And I want Budi to come and respond to that. Maybe Anne, you need to remind Budi akikuja. We need to understand who are Orengo's audience. I want somebody to discuss that. So I could discuss kila kitu. I want somebody to expose for me who is Orengo's audience. Whatever you're saying, what are the target groups? It looks like it's conviction. He is convicted on something. And again, based on this, there is also something which you can gauge out. Kuna kitu unaweza toa hapa. Based on what Orengo is saying, you can clearly see that Orengo is not gravitating to Ruto. So that is now something which we have to peg. Orengo cannot go to Ruto. If whatever he is saying here is classical, he cannot go. So that is something we can say with a 98% degree confidence. Orengo yuko pande ya Ruto. Because kama Orengo angekuwa pande ya Ruto, he could be at least halfway bandi. At least angekuwa nusu ya badi. Unajua badi asha sink. Badi asha sink. So we need to be seeing Orengo who is gravitating, but Orengo seems not to. He seems not to completely. According to me, mimi naona ni kama Orengo knows something we don't know. I think. Mimi kuna kitu mimi naona Orengo anajua hatujui. Maybe Orengo kuna mlipuko anajua italipuka pahali. And you know politics is punishes. Kuna mlipuko inaweza tokezea pahali ikuje ikubebe. So that's why you don't want to. Unaona kama sasa saa hii, because watu kama akina Bandi, they have already decided anything bad happening to Ruto automatically hata inakugonga, because you are on the path of the tornado. Once you're on the path of the tornado, hiyo tornado ikikuwa violent inakubeba, it kills you. So Orengo is standing away of the path of the tornado. And uliona zile matornado nilikuwekea hapa. So what Orengo is doing is just chasing the tornado and observing how it is going. In case hiyo tornado iamue sasa kufanya 360, yeye tu ataruka kando. Definitely Orengo knows something. He cannot be this insistive. Orengo knows something. So wacha niwaitie Stone PK. I believe right now some of them now should have completed their office. We almost 1 hour to the podcast anyway. Hizi dalili zote za but let me tell you, unajua nawaambianga hizi vitu mnafikiria. I used to hallucinate, but I'm not hallucinating. The easiest man to defeat in this dispensation ni Ruto. And I'll not be sitting planning how to get Ruto out of power. I'll not be sitting in such meeting. Napangia mtu anakura nampangia aje? Ruto ni mtu wa kungojea atoke kwa kiti. So I'm just trying to paste links for some of the so are we together? Orengo, he cannot be this insistive just as an idiot. Could be anyway. Wacha niwaambie bwana, ile mshtuko itakuja kugonga Ruto, hata amini Ruto mtampata ICU, but mimi sitaki kushinda mimi hata Ruto akienda ICU I don't care anyway. Ile mshtuko inakuja kumgonga, watu wanamdishi na wanaenda wote. Ruto will be the first man in the history of the world analisha watu na watu wanaepa. It's not a joke. Bwana Belfast, it's not a joke. Wapendwa wote, it's not a joke. Ruto ile mshtuko inaenda kumgonga because incidentally hakuna kitu Ruto hajatumia. And this is the principle of money. Na nataka kuelezea hapa. The principle of money is simple. You spend, it activates. But hii pesa ya Ruto, the more you spend, the more anaruhusu watu. Nyinyi muone kuna shida? There is something. Pesa ni mkata mlima until ikuwe ni ya Ruto. Najua mtaniambia there is no litmus test about that. Naona umelike Wama Savile Row London suits. Yeah. So, and you can also subscribe us as well. So, mbona ni swali tu nawauliza. In the history of using money. But for your information, Ruto started using money 2014. We on 12th year. Ruto used spending money on campaign. Na hii mwaka ndiye amespend kabisa. And for the first time in the history of Kenya, expenditure yake imekataa. The more anaspend, the more anachukiwa. In fact, I'm hearing, the more watu wanakula pesa yake, the more wanamchukia. Najua nikiwaambia hiyo mtania, I know your statement hamujapata. The more watu wanakula pesa ya Ruto, the more wanamchukia. It's not a laughing matter. I've never seen such a thing. You are supposed to eat kukula pesa ya mtu na mpende. And even the people are not even appreciating him, by the way. One term is real. One term is real. Those are some of the litmus tests which have actually shown me that it is impossible. Ruto cannot make it. So mpime suti na mtunge manyimbo zile mutaimbia rais wa 6. Hiyo nishawaelezea. So mimi mwenyewe I'm trying to make a song ile natengeneza wimbo ile nitaimbia rais wa 6. Sababu rais wa 6 tuko naye. So natengeneza wimbo. So 2 weeks to election nitakuja kuimbia hapa. I'm making my song. Ile tutaimbia. We were used to Tawala Kenya. No, not that one now. I'm trying to build a patriotic song for Kenya. Hiyo nayo nitaiba because we are getting the 6th president. We are getting Ruto out of power. All signals are there. You don't need to be so you don't need to be Mutaingoni to know that Ruto is on exit. You don't need to be Mutaingoni. You don't need to be Manyora. You can look at key indicators. Na unaona huyu ni Ruere. Rosification. Orengo being a Mo. It is Orengo is much more glued. I don't think it is impossible for Orengo to be a Mo. Orengo looks like a man with some conviction. I'm not saying conviction, some. Orengo is not that typical Kenyan who is explicitly deluded. Orengo knows the cost of democracy. I don't think Orengo can afford being a mole. I think your lossification, unajua kuna lossification, esterification, ile ya sweet aroma, when you combine enhako, esterification. Unakumbuka so ni vile nimeona hiyo jina esterification, rossification. So that esterification is the way of making. So are you making some rose? Sorry too. Are you making some rose? Yeah, nangojea subscription hapo. Na Stone PK ameshare na mimi video ya Karish. I will be wow, bado subscription hata moja bana. Itabidi msubscribe bana. Mwezi fanya hivyo bana. So please can you subscribe the show? Please subscribe the show. By the way, you think Orengo could end up being a mole? No. Orengo can't be a mole. Huyo naweza mtetea huyo. Huyo nitamtetea. Orengo with a degree of confidence, Orengo cannot be a mole. Bana, tunajuaga mamole hata na sura bana. It's very easy to identify a mole. Mole ni people who are not hinged, confused the element. Moles ni watu kama akina Moses Kuria, wa Mushomba, guys who have no history of seriousness. Hata hawa akina Kaninikega can be moles. Hao si waamini sana. Orengo at 70 1992 democracy. In fact hata Orengo Raila ndiye alifanya akubaliane na Ruto kidogo, but Orengo was very skeptical on so many things. So rosification I understand. Na ni vizuri kuuliza maswali, so unanirushia swali unichangamshe. Hiyo ni sawa, so unanirushia. So Orengo can't be a mole. Moles have to, there are things which are true for a mole. Mole. Kuna vitu tu kiangalia unajua hii ni mole, hii ni mole. This is a mole. This is a mole. Na pia moles, by the way, ni watu wako na tabia mbaya sana. They are very corrupt. Let me tell you, by the way, ukiona mtu wako na tabia mbaya, he is corrupt, he is a womanizer, yani akona mashida, yani issues. Because for you to be a mole, you need to be a bad human being. Lazima ukuwe mtu mbaya. Because you are being used against your own will to do a wrong thing. No, saa zingine Orengo, that one is like tactical. You just want to support the government of the day, but he will audit them. That's okay, but I don't think Orengo can be a mole. I don't think Orengo can be a mole for Ruto. He knows Ruto is a... No. Anyway, wacha Orengo aendelee. Alafu tutasemezana huko mbele. Na watu wakuje Stone PK, Mbudi, Roba. History ya kuniachia kipindi peke yangu. Mkicheza kesho sitakuja.
Kabla ya tarehe 7 mwezi wa 3 mwaka huu. Sasa hatuwezi kwenda kwa mkataba na chama chochote, haswa UDA, bila haya maneno yote kutimizwa. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Ni kweli ama si kweli? Na baba mahali anapolala alisema ya kwamba lazima tufungue 7. Alitaka, amekubali. Uhuru ameongoza, amekubali. Ruto ameongoza, lakini mahali baba yuko, he knows that he won the elections in 2017 and 2020.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform.
Kama Ruto ni rafiki ya Raila ya dhati, afungue hiyo 7 tuone kama yeye ndiye alishinda ama baba ndiye alishinda. Wangapi wamekubali?
I have to comment about that. Why is Orengo bringing stories za Sava hapo? This is a man on a mission. This is a man on a mission. To confirm uchaguzi. What? That one is tracing to the history. So Orengo, he knows that, in other words, what Orengo is trying to tell Ruto, we are not supporting you. In a nice way. Hizo vitu Ruto anaweza fanya. Wewe hizo vitu nasikia Ruto akiambua anaweza fanya. Orengo tu anaambia tu Ruto, kwenda kabisa wewe. In other words, all what Orengo is doing in this 30-minute speech was kwenda kabisa. Nimekumalizia. Orengo, endelea.
Tufungue 7 nione. Haya iko kwa maandishi hapa. Hapa iko kwa maandishi. Bila kufanya majadiliano na Kasongo, lazima tujue alishinda ama aliiba kura. Lazima hiyo, kwa sababu
and that one is very key. Ametumia the word Kasongo. Nataka musikie. Ama ni mimi nimesikia vibaya hapo. Lazima tujue kama Kasongo alishinda kura. Go ahead, Orengo.
Hapa iko kwa maandishi. Bila kufanya majadiliano na Kasongo, lazima tujue alishinda.
Bila kufanya mawasiliano na Kasongo. Who addresses somebody who you want to do a coalition with that way? Umesikia youth leader ama Gladys Wanga wakisema hivyo? You know, I want us to fit in the gaps. To fill in the gaps. Umesikia Gladys Wanga akiita Ruto Kasongo? Those are genuine ama Mbadi. Nataka musikia.
Baba ndiye alishinda. Wangapi wamekubali tufungue 7 nione? Haya iko kwa maandishi hapa. Hapa iko kwa maandishi. Bila kufanya majadiliano na Kasongo, lazima tujue alishinda ama aliiba kura. Lazima hiyo, kwa sababu ameweka sahihi hata yeye ya kwamba 7 zifunguliwe. Mpaka sasa hawajafungua. Kwa hivyo, I want to ask you good people. The priest, wewe leo, I like the sermon, standing the storm. Standing the storm. parsimony that have stood the storm. Ikiwa ni Kenyatta, ikiwa ni Moi, ikiwa ni Kenyatta, ikiwa ni Kasongo, I have stood the storm. Sasa sisi kama Wakenya, we must stand the storm. We must stand the storm. Na unajua ukiwacha mtu amekuwa na mazoea, hata ile utu ambaye imebaki hawezi kukuonyesha. Juzi nikasikia watu kutoka sehemu ambao nimetoka ni wapumbavu. Ni wapumbavu. Kweli nyinyi ni wapumbavu kweli? Ambao mnakuja kwa kanisa kila Jumapili. Tumerebuka. Tumerebuka. ODM must not be sold. Nilisema hapo mbeleni hawa watu wanauza chama.
Ndio hiyo sasa. Ameambia wale watu wa ODM, mnafuata mtu amewaita kumbafu. I have told you, this is a man on a mission. So, what do you think of Kanini Kega joining DCP personally? Kanini Kega is a mole. You don't need to. So, ile kitu iko, watu kama hao sasa wasipo ile kiti ya mbele. Akina Kanini Kega, waingie DCP na wasipo responsibility. Waingie tu, and he should not be given any responsibility. We know what he did for Ruto in 2022. Yeye na Junet Mohamed ni class moja. So na kama Gachagua unatujua na unatusikiliza, wapokee, lakini hao watu hakuna kazi. Ni raia. Because hao tu ni watu they want to benefit. Because they know Ruto is not popular. So please don't give Kanini Kega a job there. Otherwise, I don't know. I need more. But once a mole, always a mole. So, Staki. So, if I was Gachagua, we Gachagua usikatae kupokea watu. Wapokee. Lakini, kukue na ngazi sasa. Mamol so ekwe tier 3. Any person who had not committed to DCP by June last year is a mole. Immediately DCP ilitengenezwa. Hawa wanakuja sasa, hawa ni kutumwa, wanatumwa. I don't like it. I hope Gachagua is intelligent enough. Anyway, ni sawa. Orengo endelea.
Ukienda siku hizi kwa mikutano ya ODM, ile opulence, wazungu wanasema opulence, na conspicuous consumption. Unaona machopa, unaona viongozi wakija na mambo ambayo ya kushangaza. Na chama hii ni chama cha wananchi. Si kuonyesha wananchi vile tuko na mali. Kwa hivyo mimi nasema kwamba ODM is the biggest party in the Republic of Kenya. It has always been the biggest party in the Republic of Kenya. Kila chama iko Kenya inatamani kufanya kazi na ODM. Lakini sisi kama ODM tunajua sisi ndio chama kikubwa in the Republic of Kenya. Kwa hivyo hatuwezi kwenda kwa mazungumzo, mtu anakuja na presidential candidate na ODM haina presidential candidate. Haya itakuwa maajabu. Wangapi wamekubali ya kwamba ODM must have a presidential candidate? Na hiyo ni uamuzi ama azimio ya Kawangware isikike. Mimi nikimaliza,
Mumesikia? Whatever Orengo has said has so much ingredients. Video Orengo ameongea, hiyo ni kitu tunaweza analyze for 3 days. Wacha niwekee UDA na niende. Hiyo siwezi ona. Please. Niwekee UDA alafu nitoke.
All right, look, I don't know who needs to hear this, but my man just tried that new 100 milligram generic Viagra for only...
Wewe ndio umeulizia, so this one is courtesy of Anne, si yangu. I cannot watch UDA stupidity. So nitawekea hapa muone, wakimaliza nitarudi. So I will not be available for UDA.
All right, thank you, Vera Moras. 6-year anniversary of his passing on, yet his legacy still lives on. To other stories making headlines, President William Ruto could be facing a dilemma in influencing Mount Kenya region leaders to use UDA party as a vehicle to vie for various positions. In a meeting that brought together UDA aspirants at State House, a large number of influential leaders from Mount Kenya region opted to snub the meeting, with reports indicating that they may be preparing to seek re-election on alternative political platforms. Several governors, senators, and senior members of parliament were notably absent from the forum. This even as President William Ruto announced new tax relief measures for Kenyan workers, exempting those earning 30,000 shillings and less from income tax. KTN's political affairs reporter Daniel Kariuki with the details.
In an event at State House, Nairobi, President William Ruto hosted over 12,000 aspirants seeking to be elected in next year's general election. The president insisting that nominations will be free and fair, while claiming the party was strong at the ground level.
Kulikuwa na matatizo kidogo pale kwa teknoloji ambayo tulitumia. Sasa tumerekebisha. We will have a foolproof digital system.
Political defectors were also present. Among the list were Moses Kuria and Kakamega Deputy Governor Ayub Savula.
I'm the deputy party leader of DAP. But leo natangaza nimehama chama cha DAP na nimeingia UDA.
However, though the meeting brought aspirants from across the country, it has emerged that several Mount Kenya elected leaders in Ruto's camp skipped the highly publicized forum, sparking speculation that many of them are preparing to seek re-election in 2027 using other political parties. Among those who were conspicuously missing from the forum were governors from Mount Kenya, among them Irungu Kang'ata of Murang'a and Kimani Wamatangi of Kiambu County. A section of MPs from the region were also missing, with reports indicating they were weighing options before officially registering, at a time when former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has continued to popularize his DCP party in the region.
Mimi nimefurahi sana kwamba leo niko na msaidizi, principal assistant, ambaye anaelewa kazi yake. Mimi niwaulize, kama ilikuwa ule jamaa mwingine angekuwa na akili ya kuelewa mambo vile huyu jamaa anaelewa.
And you know what surprises us? The people lecturing us about schools, about education. During their tenure, all these problems were manufactured when they were in office. Tunataka tuwawekee kibao hapo, men at work. Don't disturb. Don't disturb. Wewe hapana sumbua sisi. We are fixing the problems that you left in the education sector.
Meanwhile, it's a relief to Kenyans earning 30,000 shillings and less.
Bunge ikifunguliwa in the next week, tunapeleka mapendekezo kule bunge. Kila Mkenya ambaye mshahara yake ni 30,000 na kuja chini, hakuna kulipa ushuru tena.
Well, thanks, Kariuki. Moving on.
Imagine making $453,000 in a single month as an affiliate marketer without relying on Google, Facebook, or ClickBank, or creating new accounts on Pinterest, Twitter, TikTok, or Instagram.
And you thought I was joking. Kama unataka kuona Ruto utamuona peke yako. I cannot be here to listen Ruto. Hata Moses Kuria nitakuwekea.
Ni wakati wa watu kuchukua hatua na kuamua.
Na nimeenda.
Kwa sababu the choices are very clear. Kuna ile team inataka kurudisha Kenya nyuma na kuna ile team inataka kupeleka Kenya mbele. Your Excellency, I'm here because I have chosen to be with a team that want to take Kenya forward. Kama kuna kitu ambao imeniweka huzuni ni kusikia ati watu wanataka kurevise the policy agenda which we have achieved. And by the way, some of those people tuliandika manifesto na wao. Afadhali wale wengine hawakuweko tukiandika manifesto. Huko Amerika, mtu anaitwa Barack Obama alileta kitu inaitwa Obamacare. Trump safari mbili hajaweza kubadilisha Obamacare because it was not for Obama, it was for the people of America. Maneno ya afya, maneno ya nyumba, ile maneno mengine yote unafanya, it is not about you, it's about the people of Kenya. Jomo Kenyatta alikuja akatuwekea msingi ya Kenya hii. Mzee Moi akakuja na mambo yake. I remember one of the things I was known for when I was minister, maneno ya industrial park ambayo imeongelewa hapa. I learned from Moi. Alikuwa na kitu ilikuwa inaitwa district focus for rural development. Na ndio hiyo ya kusambaza maendeleo Kenya yote. So Moi alichangia. Kibaki akachangia. Uhuru akachangia. I have not heard anybody akisema tutabomoa Thika Road. Sababu tumekuja after Kibaki. Sijasikia mtu akisema tukabomoa expressway. Why would one want to campaign on the basis of reversing what has been done, not by the president's personal money, but by the taxes that all of us collect? For me, it's very sad. Ya pili, Your Excellency, nikiangalia mbele, mimi naona mbele iko sawa. Mbele iko sawa. Mbele iko sawa. Iko sawa, haiko sawa. Iko sawa, haiko sawa. Your Excellency, for the 60-something years we have been independent, this country, we have developed it on the basis of services and on the basis of what is on the service of agriculture. For the first time now, we have the chance to also develop this country from what is beneath our earth. What you are doing in Turkana with the oil that will now go to the sovereign wealth fund will change this country forever. What Joho is doing in mining and blue economy, we have a chance. People, mimi ni mtu ambaye anasafiri kupeleka hii Kenya hapo mbele.
Hapa tuko na candidates ama aspirants wa kiti ya governor. Kama umekuja hapa wewe ni aspirant wa kiti ya governor, simama tukupigie makofi. Hawa majamaa tuko na aspirants wa governor 149. Mwapigie makofi jameni. Wameketi kila mahali hapa. Asanteni, ketini. Hapa tuko na aspirants wanaotafuta kiti ya Senate. Wasimame wakiwa hapa wale wanatafuta kiti ya Senate. Tuko na aspirants 279 wanaotafuta kiti ya Senate. Mwapigie makofi jameni. Tuko hapa na kina mama aspirants wale wanaotafuta kiti ya women rep 323 aspirants looking for women rep. Mwapigie makofi jameni. Tuko hapa na aspirants wanaotafuta kiti ya ubunge members of the National Assembly 1372. Mwapigie makofi. Aya. Alafu sasa tuko na grassroots. Tuko na majamaa wa grassroots, wale viongozi wa mashinani, kiti ya MCA pale karibu na Mwananchi, 10,233. Tuwapigie makofi jameni. Ukiona viongozi 10,000 wanatafuta nafasi ya kuongoza kwa viti ambayo ikipatikana ni 1,450. We have more than 8 aspirants per seat of MCA. Ni kumaanisha ya kwamba nyinyi mnatambua ya kwamba pale grassroots wananchi wanasema chama ni UDA.
Every month, this Airbnb pays me about $2,700 in semi-passive income. Now, here's the thing. I don't own it and I don't pay any rent. And here's the thing. You can actually do this too. It doesn't even matter where you live, even if you're in a...
I want to stand here and tell Kenyans and members of UDA that I am a proud member of UDA. Najivunia kuwa mwanachama wa UDA. Je, wewe unajivunia? Unajivunia? Are you proud to be members of UDA? Let me see by a show of hands if you are proud to be a member of UDA. We need a strong and democratically elected president in Kenya. Strong, dynamic, democratically elected. Kwa sababu Kenya ni taifa ambalo ni anchor state ama taifa ambalo ni la nguvu zaidi katika bara la Afrika. Ikiwa UDA itasimama imara na tufanye campaign ya kutosha paka kule mashinani, Kenya will have a strong, democratically elected president with a strong government. President Ruto is building a coalition, a national coalition that has a purpose, that has a direction, that has an agenda. It is a broad-based coalition for the benefit of the people of Kenya. The other people are building a coalition of confusion.
Rais, wewe ni amiri mkuu wa majeshi ya Kenya, lakini leo wewe pia ni amiri mkuu wa jeshi hili la UDA. Hili ndio jeshi, haiko wale wengine wana maneno, basi tuwaambia wakome na maneno yao, wapende wasipende. President Ruto atachukua ushindi asubuhi na mapema. Hata sisi tunataka hiyo 2027 ifike hata kesho. Si tuko tayari ama tuna wasiwasi? So rais, weka hapo ukijua ili jeshi lako litakufanyia kazi na tutachukua ushindi, tushinde na zaidi ya kura 3,000,000. Mimi naona tutashinda na zaidi ya kura 5,000,000. UDA leo ni siku ya rais, na kusema ukweli, we are pleasantly surprised by the numbers wa wale wanataka kuwa wagombeaji kura wa chama chetu cha UDA. Kwa hivyo ni furaha tele, na tu ni hakikisho kwa sisi sote, we are in the right party. We are in the right party. Na leo ni historia. Wale walikuwa wanafikiria UDA haina umaarufu, si leo watakomeka, si watakomeka. Kwa hivyo, Rais Ruto, you are the best presidential candidate. There is no doubt.
That's the sound of an American oil company hard at work. Want to be a part of it? Listen up.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, and I'm the CEO of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to
ya mutaniambia vile waliongea, I don't know. Ujinga za Ruto siwezi ona. Huyo jamaa muone ameisha.
To the program, and flying with me on the sign language desk is Catherine Simaloy. Tonight, TV47 has learned that the United Opposition Alliance has settled on Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka as its flag bearer in next year's general election. The decision was reached during a high-level meeting chaired by retired President Uhuru Kenyatta held in Mombasa last month. The meeting also agreed that PLP party leader Martha Karua will be Kalonzo's running mate, forming a ticket aimed at consolidating support across key regions. Apollo Kamau starts us off.
Wiper Patriotic Front leader Kalonzo Musyoka has emerged as a United Opposition's preferred candidate to face President William Ruto in next year's presidential election, with PLP party leader Martha Karua set to become his running mate, a second attempt at the deputy president slot for Karua following the 2022 contest. The decision was reached during a high-level meeting chaired by retired President Uhuru Kenyatta, also attended by Jubilee presidential flag bearer Fred Matiang'i, close allies and advisors, held in Mombasa last month. Insiders say the move also has the blessings of DCP party leader Rigathi Gachagua.
I see Azimio more as a platform than anything else. It's a platform for Uhuru Kenyatta to begin now, organizing his wing in a manner that there's unity.
Sources further reveal that Matiang'i, widely seen as a late entrant into the opposition's presidential race, has been promised a chief minister's position should the opposition form the next government. Also expected to play a key role in the new political lineup is DAP Kenya party leader Eugene Wamalwa, among other senior figures, as the United Opposition moves to form a broad-based coalition with a strong youthful and Gen Z appeal aimed at making President Ruto a one-term president.
Should we revive Azimio or should we form another coalition? For now, I think, if you ask me, it's going to be another coalition, not Azimio. Why? Because if you look at Mount Kenya politics, Rigathi Gachagua is a major player in that coalition. Gachagua was not in Azimio, right? If you look at others who are coming on board, they were not in Azimio.
Kenyatta, who on Monday chaired a rare Azimio Council meeting, where he appointed Kalonzo as party leader and removed Suna East MP Junet Mohamed as Secretary General, appears to be positioning himself for another political showdown with President Ruto, who defeated his backed candidate, the late Raila Odinga, in the 2022 presidential poll. Apul Kamau, TV47.
Aya, sasa hapo ndio nilikuwa nikitaka sasa and I don't know why I'm discussing this alone. TV47 is saying we have learned that the opposition candidate will be Kalonzo and the deputy will be Madam Karua. Wow. So it is typically the former Azimio ni Kalonzo tu tumemreplace na Raila hapo. Yeah. Hebu mniambie line up inakaa aje kulingana na vile mmesikia motion ya TV47. Is mad. Anyway, in any case tumesema hata mbuzi inaweza gonga Ruto. Karua is bigger than mbuzi. Kalonzo is bigger than mbuzi. So no problem, they can win. But the question which we need to ask ourselves, Gachagua amekubali kucheza role gani? Ni swali tu. Juu nimesikia Matiang'i, according to TV47, Matiang'i ndiye atakuwa prime. So Gachagua anacheza gani? Ama Gachagua ndiye interior sasa? Ama Gachagua ni power broker? Ni swali tu. Yeah, I need to hear comments from you about that. Maybe with all those Kikuyu guys coming together, they think Wakikuyu as the wacha nikuwekea ubeshte pia usikia alisema kitu hapa. Ati wale watu walikuwa State House watarudi ground wagongo na reality na wataanzia kutoka. Hear what this guy is saying.
Do you love to travel? How about making money? I have an opportunity for you that you're gonna love.
Known Mheshimiwa Kituru to be a good PR manager for the government. You know, it is in public limelight, and it is very clear that the members of UDA, who are members of parliament, not even ODM, not even the opposition, they were very clear, and they said, either the PS is incompetent or is clueless. Because we've had transitions before. It is not the first time. Don't tell us because now it is called grade 10, the transition that we were transitioning from primary to secondary, we've had them. But we've never had problems the way to the magnitude that we've had.
And there was sufficient time for
sufficient time.
Ample preparation.
Let me tell you, everybody who chose a school, they were taken to a different one. You know, surely those things, they happen, but not to the magnitudes that they were happening. So when there is a problem, Mheshimiwa Kituru, just say there is a problem. And I know, I saw eventually, quickly after that, Kalenjin members of parliament went to defend the PS because it comes from their community. If something is wrong, we have to call it out. Wrong is wrong. Now, Mheshimiwa Kituru comes and tells us that universities are now doing very well.
Yes.
Let me break it down. Let me break it down to him. 99% of the universities are still very insolvent. I know that because I speak to a number of technocrats within the university sector. They are still insolvent. Now, let me come back to the issue of Dibal, the aspirants that we saw in Parliament, in State House. You know, those guys were registering with the 2,000 Kenya shillings. I can promise you, take today's date, more than 50% of those guys will not be in UDA. It was a ticket to come and see the president, to come and see State House, to come and see Hoi Polloi and Razzmatazz that was being presented. You wait and see. You're talking about these guys from Central, these guys from Murima, that they will be there until the end. You wait and see. Dibal, you wait and see. You know, these PR processes, these machinations, we've seen them before. These machinations, we know how they work, Dibal. So while, and that's what I'm trying to say, while they look very organized, they are very good with PR. The way Mheshimiwa Kituru is now, I think he should be hired as a government spokesman because he's doing fairly well than the current government spokesman. You know, these guys, watch this space, they will not be there come 2027.
Debar.
You know what happens in State House when you go? You don't leave empty-handed. It was a good business. You pay 2,000, you receive way better than what you spent.
Right.
Ati hao watu walikuwa State House leo walikuwa wanalipwa ngiri mbili. No, walikuwa wanalipa ngiri mbili. Hey, so these days people pay to go to the State House, eh? That is Weke saying. Wacha tusikie huyu mkulima wa miwa, even as people are waiting to be lighted by Ruto, tusikilize huyu mkulima wa miwa musikie vile anasema.
All right, look, I don't know who need to hear this, but my man just tried that new 100 milligram generic Viagra for only 87 cents a.
Right now, we want to talk about politics of the Western region. And with us in studio is political analyst Zakaria Baraza. A very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning to you all. Sorry, I've been a bit late.
Brother. Yes.
Asante sana.
Wahenga walisema better late than never.
Right. So otherwise, how are you?
We are quite
We are
fine.
very well, thank you.
How about the
And
listeners?
we are happy to have you with us today.
Pleasure.
Yes.
Pleasure to my brother.
Yeah, I guess you've asked how the listeners, they're quite well. From what I can see.
Okay?
From what I can see so far, so good.
Right.
Western has been a quite interesting area in the last couple of weeks, months. There's so much happening there. We've heard of several slogans. One that I would like you to help me understand. There's something I've heard called Tawe.
Right.
What is Tawe all about? Nimesikia sana na nimekuwa nikisema kuna muluya tunakuanga naye hapa lakini mijenzi haielewi Tawe.
You see, Tawe, it means no.
No.
Umekata.
Okay.
And what has happened is that there's a lot of shenanigans going on in Western Kenya.
Yes.
The reason being, when there's a vacuum and someone new is trying to take over. Because initially, Western Kenya was for Baba.
Okay.
Partly, it was for the president,
Yes.
Ruto.
Yes.
But unfortunately, Baba passed on. Now there's that vacuum. Then you see, when Kenya Kwanza were campaigning, they promised heaven to Western people. For example, I can give an example. They said they're going to do 1,000 kilometers of roads. They said in every government appointment, Western is going to get 30%. They said, look, for example, Nzoia Sugar Company, we are going to install a new machine. But unfortunately, ended up selling.
Hapo ndio nilikuwa nikitaka musikie kama watu wa Western walipromisiwa 30% of government positions. 30%. Yenye pia uongozi ingine bwana. I have to blame you if you take it. How does somebody promise you 30% of government positions na unasema These people are not serious. Which tribe can be given 30 in Kenya? Si pengine Wakale. What? Nimewacha best aseme hapo.
Of roads. They said in every government appointment, Western is going to get 30%. They said, look, for example, Nzoia Sugar Company, we are going to install a new machine. But unfortunately, ended up selling.
This promise was made when?
Look at the signing of Kenya Kwanza with Moses.
Oh, this was now during the campaign.
The campaign.
Okay.
Even the president himself promised. He said, look, once we take over, we want to solve the issue of Nzoia Sugar Company. We are going to get you a new mill. And then farmers should be able to get their sugar cane to the factory and mill it.
Yes.
They promised that, look, we are going to take care of Mama Mboga. In fact, like us, they said, look, if we are going to take part to the military, we'll be coming here with trucks. We are no longer going to allow our boys to be running. Two, even if you have some defects in your body.
Yes.
They were saying even if you miss one, you are missing one tooth.
Yeah.
A tooth does not shoot. It's only the hand that shoots.
Yes.
We are going to do that.
Okay.
They said, look, Mama, this government is going to include Mama Mboga. It's going to be part of the bottom
government.
up.
Yes. Yes.
They made those border people believe that they'll be part of the government. They'll be part of the decision making. They made an ordinary person believe that this government is for the ordinary people.
Yes.
Unfortunately, nothing has been delivered.
Now, in terms of the promises that were made towards the Western region by the Kenya Kwanza government, sorry,
yeah,
has anything been delivered? Anything of the promises?
Let me just start by one. The roads. They say they are going to do 1,000 kilometers of road for Western Kenya. This includes Bungoma, Kakamega, Vihiga, Busia, and even they were saying Trans Nzoia will be part of, because it's being counted as part of Western Kenya.
Yes.
But if you look at the last budget, there was a controversy whereby Kimani Ichung'wah, if you look at that budget, Kimani Ichung'wah, Kiambu County had gotten more allocation than the entire Western Kenya, one constituency. And I think there was that uproar.
Yes.
Yeah. So if you come to the ground, you'll discover that the only road that they had done at that time, last year, was a 20-kilometer road, a 200-meter road.
Yes.
This is from
200-meter.
200-meter road. This road is going to Honorable Moses Wetang'ula's home.
Okay.
They had promised they're going to work on Brigadier Naitiri, Misikho Road. This road has been done for the last 15 years.
15. Has it been completed?
Not yet. The initial budget for that road was 1.1 billion.
Okay.
That is.
Na mjua ni raia anaongea ati the whole of Western wamefanyiwa barabara ya mita 200. And Mudavadi can still say mimi niko UDA. Kuna watu kweli hawana roho. Ndio nimesikiliza huyu jamaa akasema, "Hey! Hebu mutashtuka bana. Huyu jamaa ameongea stories za Western and I'm surprised he is not even a leader." So watu wa Western, listen to this guy and be the judge. Anasema vitu ati mumetengenezewa barabara ya mita 200.
Whereby Kimani Ichung'wah, if you look at that budget, Kimani Ichung'wah, Kiambu County had gotten more allocation than the entire Western Kenya, one constituency. And I think there was that uproar.
Yes.
Yeah. So if you come to the ground, you'll discover that the only road that they had done at that time, last year, was a 20-kilometer road, a 200-meter road.
Yes.
This is from 200-meter.
200-meter road. This road is going to Honorable Moses Wetang'ula's home.
I just got my laptop for my degree at Maestro. I'm so excited.
Okay.
They had promised they're going to work on Brigadier Naitiri, Misikho Road. This road has been done for the last 15 years.
15. Has it been completed?
Not yet. The initial budget for that road was 1.1 billion.
Okay.
That is, the national government was to cut a half of it. That is from Naitiri to Misikho. This one will touch Kitale, Kakamega Road, that main road. And the national government was to do Naitiri to Brigadier. This one will touch Eldoret, Kitale Road.
Yes.
To date, they have spent 1.1 billion.
Right.
They have not even done a half of it. If you between Brigadier and Naitiri, they have spent 1.1 billion.
How long? What is the length
that
of
is
that
20-kilometer road.
20 kilometers. They've done 10 kilometers.
They've done, it's not even complete.
It's not complete.
It's not even complete.
And they've spent half the budget.
Half the budget.
Right.
So the national government has not done it. Now, people of Tongaren are asking, what did we do wrong to the government? Because they have been promising us for the last 15 years. You remember, during the campaign, President Ruto was in Tongaren 26 times.
26?
Okay. 26 times.
Hey, that's serious.
This is the same Tongaren. Yeah, yes, we are Tongaren.
Yeah, which is part of, Bungoma has 9 constituencies.
Yes.
We have Tongaren, we have Kimilili, we have Mount Elgon, we have Sirisia, we have Webuye West, we have Webuye East, we have Kandui, we have Kapchai, and Bumula.
Okay.
9 constituencies.
All right.
Now, if you look, Papa Aroma, they call him Papa Aroma, comes from Bungoma.
Right.
But if you look at what the government promised, it has not delivered. In fact, like initially, they said they were going to revive Nzoia. And like farmers in Bungoma, they rely on sugarcane.
Yes.
So people were 100% confident that their problem is going to be solved. But you see what happened? There's this guy called Rai.
Okay.
The
tycoon.
The tycoon. Rai was given Pan Paper. At that time, they said they were going to revive Pan Paper. Workers are going to be paid. Everyone's going to be paid. To date.
Allow me to just pause you.
Yeah.
Explain Pan Paper. There's an entire generation who do not know what Pan Paper did.
Or what it is.
Yeah, what it is. And they don't even know the significance of Pan Paper.
Are we talking about Webuye Pan Paper?
Yeah, Webuye
Yes,
Pan
yes,
Paper.
that's what
You
I'm
see,
talking about.
that factory had employed over 10,000 people. People were relying on Pan Paper for employing for livelihood. You see, initially, when we got independence, the government said, what can we do for the people of Western Kenya at that time? The politicians.
Yes.
They said, let's establish factories. They started by establishing Pan Paper. They established Nzoia Sugar Company. They established Malakisi Cotton Engineering. There was BAT. There was to Mastermind. Then there was this thing called, we had teachers in Bungoma had their own hotel called Bungoma Tourist Hotel.
Okay.
Then there was this thing called Ushirika Cooperative, which was to cater for coffee and water view. So at that time, there was no bursary, there was no scholarship, but people used to rely on factories because they had an income. So Pan Paper was a factory which had employed more than 10,000
Please
people.
mention that people also grew tea in that particular region.
No, us, we don't do tea. Just
Yes.
partly in Mount Elgon.
Yes.
But it's not tea. But
Yes.
we do coffee.
Yes.
We used to do coffee, sugarcane, Tongaren, they did maize. And then on the lower part, we used to do millet, sorghum. And then we used to do sweet potato and all this.
So it is Trans Nzoia that does some tea.
No, Trans Nzoia partly does some tea
Yes.
and maize.
And maize.
Yeah, but Trans Nzoia does a lot of maize.
Yes. Please carry on.
Yeah. So when they established these factories, they were meant to help the common Mananji. At that time, everyone used to go to school because they had an income. So Pan Paper was sold with the intention of giving it to a private investor who will be able to revive it and ensure that all those who had been sacked are going to get back. So when they give
Did
this
they get their dues when they were sacked?
they were never paid. In fact,
So you start by giving them the dues they are owed, and then you talk about
Leave alone.
Yes.
Pan Paper was sold about 12 years ago.
Yes, it was.
About 3 months ago, if you see the PS for industry, this Dr. Muhwana went to Nzoia to Pan Paper saying he's paying the workers 170 million. Google, you'll see. So I was asking, you are paying this man 12 years after he had been sacked. He had kids who had to go to school. Their life is destroyed. This man he had taken loans. His property was sold. Is it going to help? But unfortunately, about 3 months ago, the workers are saying they have not received the money. Now we are asking, if the government said it had received 170 million, whom did it pay? That's the most important question we're asking.
Okay.
Now, when I get back to Rai took Pan Paper. Instead of reviving Pan Paper, he sacked everyone, closed it. At one time, there was a controversy whereby Mercury Sugar was being packed at Pan Paper. And you remember, if you Google, you'll see it by Rai during Uhuru's time. There was that big controversy. And then, about when Ruto took over, while he was in Kakamega, he said, Rai is a conman. And he said, na mambo matatu. Kitu ya kwanza, Rai aende binguni. Aende jela, ahame Kenya, ama aende binguni. You remember there was that controversy?
I remember.
Vitu vita?
Mambo ni matatu hivyo hivyo. Yes.
Aende jela, ahame Kenya, ama aende binguni. Because Rai is a conman.
Are you having trouble trying to keep up with your professor? You've got to try Otter. Here's how it works. Let's say I'm in class. I just hit record, and as you can see, everything I'm saying.
Rai is using Pan Paper to import sugar, package sugar from there, which is affecting farmers. Now, when Kenya Kwanza came in, the first thing was to give the company a new machine.
Okay.
Instead of giving the company a new machine, they appointed directors who are politicians to take over Nzoia Sugar Company. And Ford Kenya appointed its own people to take over. The first person to be appointed was Millicent Oboda.
Okay.
This is a deputy party leader of Ford Kenya. She was put as a director. The second person to be appointed was Elizabeth Mudikisa. That is the deputy secretary of Ford Kenya. The other person to put as a chairman is called Alfred Hangati.
Yes.
He was made the chairman. Then the other person is Osura, who is also a Ford Kenya for Bumula. Okay. So you ask yourself, when you have a company, do you put in sycophants, party officials, or you put in experts to run the company?
Give me an example of who you think is an expert who could have been put in some of these positions.
But there are so many experts. Do you advertise? People put in their CV.
That's the point. You advertise and people compete.
Yeah, I cannot. If you see, for today, I sit here and say, I want you to become the MD. That will not be fair. We give a chance to each and every person to come in and say, look, these are my papers.
Yeah.
And look at my history. But you see,
are all these people who are appointed incompetent? Are they people who you feel cannot actually?
They cannot. The reason being, one, someone has been in politics. He has spent all the money. So what will he do in the first place is to recover his money. Two, this person has never run a factory. A politician. He has never run a factory. You need a specialist.
You know, let me just read a comment here from one of the viewers.
Yeah.
This is Diana. Diana nasema, I'm from Tongaren. That Misiku Natiri Brigadier is my road. Nothing happened from Misiku to Naitiri. Turbo Naitiri Shihendu is another scam. Contractor left as soon as presidential motorcade left.
You see, what the president are doing right now is trying to manage people psychologically. How do you manage them? Come with tractors and whatever construction equipment, put there, let it appear as if it's working. But there's another aspect that you guys don't see in the news. When a politician goes somewhere,
a politician like the president now.
The president,
yes,
they do those shenanigans. But you see, all those people who are there, they have been transported from
other places. Okay,
they are given 1,000 each or 500. So you see, most of those crowds are crowds for hire. And when they make noise, they do that. They want them to clap.
Okay,
I get that.
All right.
So let me get back to Nzoia.
Yeah.
Nzoia had employed about 10,000 cane cutters. Those are people who do manual job. You see, when this factory was brought, it was brought to help those people who have been to school and those who have never been to school. It was meant to help the community because it had 24,000 acres of nuclear. It has 3 schools. It has an airstrip. It has a guest house. It has a hospital. And you know, when this...
How many schools?
3 schools, public schools. Plus, I think the plus one is a bit about 4. One
primary, secondary?
Primary and secondary.
Okay.
It has a health center, which caters for the community. And the reason why we had that nuclear 24,000 acres, that company was not meant there to make profit. It was meant to help the community. Because at that time, you can imagine in early 80s and 90s, it would put into the economy of Bungoma town, out of salaries, they would put 100 million. They used to pay farmers every month 150 million. And this money was being pumped into the economy of Bungoma. And the reason why why Nzoia failed, nobody should lie to you that, look, is mismanaged. Politicians. The reason being, go to Butali Sugar Company.
Yes.
Go to West Kenya Sugar Company. There's no expert from abroad. These are our boys who are doing the work. Go to Nigeria Sugar Company. You see, even Rai has not gone to school, but he has employed people doing the work. But as we are people who have gone to school, why can't we employ them? But the problem is that politicians put people there to steal the money so that they can use it for campaign.
You know, but Mheshimiwa, nikuuliza swali.
Uliza tu.
Ford Kenya ni chama ya kwenu.
Ford Kenya are the ones who have put us in this mess. That's why we are saying Tawe. Tawe came in, no. It means no.
Yeah.
That's why Wetangula lost in Kabuchai. The polling center where he votes himself in that classroom.
Yes.
We got 227 votes. Him, we got 65.
There's a Trans Nzoia governor.
Even before you get Trans Nzoia, I want to tell you something.
Okay.
So you see, the reason being, the reason for that factory to be put there was not to make profit, was to help the community, was to chunk money into the economy. You'll discover that during those years when Nzoia was doing very well, there was no bursary, there was no scholarship, and none of our kids would miss school. If you look at Google, when was it last year, 11,000 kids from Bungoma County could not join Form 1 because of school fees.
What is the real problem with sugar there, apart from the meddling of Ford Kenya? What is the real issue?
The real issue is importation of sugar. Politicians make money out of sugar.
Is sugar being grown? Tuanzie hapo.
Yeah, sugar Kenya is.
Nitamleta baadaye. That was a very huyo ni jamaa anaelewa, hata I will follow his name, but huyo jamaa anaelewa mambo ya Western sana. I think he needs to be the next MP. So Stone PK, karibu. Unataka kuanzia wapi? Today is a rich day. Do you want to start from the State House?
Anyway.
Okay, jikaribisha na useme unataka kuanzia wapi.
Wewe ndio ungetuambia what is happening. What are the leads? Because kumekuwa na mambo mingi, kumekuwa State House, watu kulikuwa yellow, mara vita, mara walkout, mara sijui ni labda ni siku za labda ni
information to I can show you, let me just show you some of the things which have happened today kabla nipeleka State House. Kuna massive defections to DCP. DCP walikaribisha huyu jamaa Kanini Kega. I hope he is not a more. Ana huyu jamaa. You know him?
Kwani wewe umjui? Nataka kusimama Western.
Sasa there is that.
Only lawyer bana.
Although watu wako skeptical.
Nani wako skeptical? Nani wako na mita ya kupima?
Unajua like kuna watu tunaitanga Mole. How do you know Amole?
I don't know how you know Amole. Mimi sijuagi kujua Mole, honestly. I can't tell Amole.
Debbie amesema wacha nikuonesha sasa maaspirant wakiwa State House Ndugu sioneshani vitu ya UDA.
Why?
Si unajua mimi
ya State House Kenya. Wakenya tunataka Rais William Ruto. Kazi ni kazi na Rais William Ruto. Uchumi ni bottom up na Rais William Ruto. Habari njema kwa Wakenya wote. Twashukuru Mungu amejibu maombi yetu. Ametujalia kiongozi bora. Mchapakazi na pia ni mcha Mungu. Mpenda wa amani umoja na maendeleo. Kazi ni kazi na Rais William Ruto. Ndani ya State House Kenya. Wakenya tunataka Rais William Ruto. Kazi ni kazi na Rais William Ruto. Ndani ya State House Kenya. Wakenya tunataka Rais William Ruto. Kazi ni kazi na Rais William Ruto. Uchumi ni bottom up.
Now and then pia wametuambia na inatibu imepanga Karongo and Karoa.
Sound system yako sikuelewi vile sikuelewi vizuri.
I think I need to see that.
Yeah?
Kuwekea movie. Ya na very sasa tukichezea hii sasa. Alafu sasa ndio hapa. Ili usikie sasa. Wewe say media ni kama ina. I think media wameanza kufikiria wao ni wa Kenya.
It's always a hassle. I'll never forget the time I paid nearly twice as much for a seat, only to find out a friend got the exact same flight for a fraction of the price. I felt completely ripped off. Then I discovered Aaron Grant. No more guessing games, just real travel.
To the program, and flying with me on the sign language desk is Catherine Simaloy. Tonight, TV47 has learned that the United Opposition Alliance has settled on Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka as its flag bearer in next year's general election. The decision was reached during a high-level meeting chaired by retired President Uhuru Kenyatta held in Mombasa last month. The meeting also agreed that PLP party leader Martha Karua will be Kalonzo's running mate, forming a ticket aimed at consolidating support across key regions. Apollo Kamau, start us off.
Wiper Patriotic Front leader Kalonzo Musyoka has emerged as a united opposition's preferred candidate to face President William Ruto in next year's presidential election, with PLP party leader Martha Karua set to become his running mate, a second attempt at the deputy president slot for Karua following the 2022 contest. The decision was reached during a high-level meeting chaired by retired President Uhuru Kenyatta, also attended by Jubilee presidential flag bearer Fred Matiang'i, close allies and advisors, held in Mombasa last month. Insiders say the move also has the blessings of DCP party leader Rigathi Gachagua.
I see Azimio more as a platform than anything else. It's a platform for Uhuru Kenyatta to begin now, organizing his wing in a manner that there's unity.
Sources further reveal that Matiang'i, widely seen as a late entrant into the opposition's presidential race, has been promised a chief minister's position should the opposition form the next government. Also expected to play a key role in the new political lineup is DAP Kenya party leader Eugene Wamalwa, among other senior figures, as the united opposition moves to form a broad-based coalition with a strong youthful and Gen Z appeal aimed at making President Ruto a one-term president.
Should we revive Azimio or should we form another coalition? For now, I think if you ask me, it's going to be another coalition, not Azimio. Why? Because if you look at Mount Kenya politics, Rigathi Gachagua is a major player in that coalition. Gachagua was not in Azimio, right? If you look at others who are coming on board, they were not in Azimio.
Kenyatta, who on Monday chaired a rare Azimio council meeting, where he appointed Kalonzo as party leader and removed Suna East MP Junet Mohammed as Secretary General, appears to be positioning himself for another political showdown with President Ruto, who defeated his backed candidate, the late Raila Odinga, in the 2022 presidential poll. Apul Kamau, TV47.
People who forget what they read before they even finish the page. It's not ADHD, it's
Story pika isina lingine. You can pick up from there. You now have everything you need to succeed in your today's presentation. Stone PK, go ahead.
Yeah, yes, Jiro. When all these rumors started, and more so for me, especially when now Uhuru factor came in, I developed ile inaitangwa tumbo joto. Tumbo joto. And I began seeing very dangerous trends. Once bitten, twice shy, as I say without fear of contradiction. So I'm not really excited about that, but I would say for lack of any choice, we would try to go by that. But for me, the excitement is not there. So not so much, especially when I hear as everything is pivoted on Uhuru. To me, that is not a symbol of success. I don't know where I can attach Uhuru as successful in terms of political strategies. Let me say I have very few words to really applaud the whole thing that has happened, especially when now everybody tries to, not everybody, but people try to really make this Uhuru factor become like a major thing. Yeah, olive oil. Sorry. I'm in a supermarket, that's why somebody is asking for olive oil. Okay, yeah, so I see the excitement kubwa vile. I just want to see how things move. And my worry is the stumbling block for me ni kuweka ni kama sasa tena ni competition ya Uhuru Kenyatta versus Ruto. That to me imefanya nikashuka roho. I never wanted it to be that kind of a thing because hiyo itatandikwa na Ruto vibaya sana. Hiyo nini? Hiyo kadi tunataka kupull kuonyesha ati ni Uhuru ndiye amepull strings, ndiye anaunda nini. It's not a wise move. It's not good. And mtakuja kuniamini. It's not good. It's not good for the opposition. Not good. Because when you do the SWOT analysis, there is nothing to applaud about Uhuru Kenyatta being the team. Because one, ujue kwamba Uhuru was beaten badly, and then number two, there is a bad card which is being sold of tribal thing whenever anything is surrounded around Mlima Kenya, inaportrayiwa vibaya sana, and people are not able to counter that. The hate that is spread, we are so weak to counter it. Very weak. We are not even able to show that the nonsense about criminalizing Kikuyu or Mulima and trying to isolate them and preaching hate against the Mulima. We are so weak in terms of fighting that. And so when now you come and wrap it up with like it is Mulima that is organizing all this, which brings the hate that has been sold in Kenya, that kwani lazima Mulima iwe in the matrix. Even if they are in the matrix, must they be so pronounced? You know, there is something that is not really glittering, you know. Yes, we might make it, but there isn't something very nice and smooth about it all around. And then considering, I don't know, that high level meeting, ni nani walikuwa wamemeet? Who are they? Was it only Kalonzo and Uhuru and nani? Was it inclusive? Yeah. Iko shida Njiru. Let me pause there a little bit. You can comment on what I've said or anything.
Haya, umesikiliza Orengo?
No, Orengo sijamsikiza.
Orengo leo ameinject vinoma sana. Let me put for you. Ngoja kidogo. Hii ni KTN still again.
President Uhuru Kenyatta locked out other parties. They now want the registrar of political parties to nullify the changes.
A day after Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition made changes in its ranks, including naming Kalonzo Musyoka as its new party leader, some Azimio coalition affiliate parties have opposed the move. The National Liberal Party and the United Democratic Party alleged the Monday meeting, convened by retired President Uhuru Kenyatta, left out many other member parties, terming it a political deceit.
It is indeed a total betrayal to the true ideals that the late Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga stood for. Raila Amolo Odinga stood for inclusivity, and he stood for oneness, and he stood for consultation. In light of the aforementioned, we, the undersigned, founding Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition political party affiliates, reject in totality the resolutions submitted to the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties.
By dint of this letter, we request the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties to halt processing the changes since the publication contravenes the law.
They are now calling on the Registrar of Political Parties to disregard the changes. Elsewhere, Jomvu lawmaker Abadi Twalib has dismissed claims that ODM rallies are funded by the ruling UDA party, as claimed by ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna.
Kampeni zetu hazija kuwa funded na UDA. UDA is an independent party na ODM is an independent party. Mpaka kufikia dakika ya leo tuna msupport Mheshimiwa Oburu Odinga kuwa ndio chairman wetu wa chama cha ODM.
This as former Chief Justice and United Green Movement Party presidential flag bearer David Maraga said his top priority, if elected president, would be to end rampant corruption.
Kwanza, kitu ya kwanza mimi nataka kuwaahidi, mimi sitaiba pesa yenu. Kama sitaiba pesa yenu, siwezi kukubalia mtu yeyote ambao tunafanya kazi naye aibe pesa yenu. Tumeelewana? Mtu ambao kama anaiba pesa yake, hata kama ni gavana au nani, tusungumuze na yeye akiwa kamiti.
Maraga spoke in Kwale County during his tour of the Coast region. Give us Maina Prime Edition.
Sawa, tulipika react.
Ulikuwa umesema ya Orengo ama?
Kwanza react hiyo ya Orengo nitatafuta pole iko, but I need time.
Iya, hakuna kitu ya kureact bana. Endelea kucheza. Hizo za kina ODM na kina nini hapo, hiyo ni jinga, ni upumbavu. Azimio does not have to live on Raila. Tuache hiyo ujinga ya Raila. Raila is dead and buried, man. Sasa watu hawataenda choju ya Raila. Zero. Really, people will not grieve with Raila alifanya. Raila is gone. Hii dunia ukishakufa umekufa, umeenda.
Wacha nitafute. Nilikuwa nimecheza Orengo the other time. Maji saa zingine unaona hizi video unakuja kutafuta inakosa.
and the changes already communicated to the registrar. Azimio Coalition Council chairperson and retired President Uhuru Kenyatta has chaired a meeting that has effected changes in the coalition leadership, replacing the late Raila Odinga with Kalonzo Musyoka as the new Azimio party leader. In the changes already communicated to the registrar of political parties, Raila Odinga's key ally, Junet Mohammed, was replaced with Suba North MP Karoli Omondi in a meeting that also resolved to have new parties join the coalition. Stephen Leto reports.
Several months after the passing on of Raila Odinga, the Azimio la Umoja Coalition Party held its first meeting, where it resolved to effect key changes in its leadership structure. The meeting resolved to have Wiper Patriotic Front leader Kalonzo Musyoka replace the late Odinga as the Azimio party leader. Suba North lawmaker Karoli Omondi is the new Azimio Secretary General, with veteran politician Philip Kisia taking up the role of Executive Director. In effect, apart from replacing Odinga, his ally Junet Mohammed, who was the Secretary General, has been shown the door, as well as then Executive Director Raphael Tuju. The resolutions were quickly communicated to the Registrar of Political Parties, John Loronokou. The Azimio Council submitting to the registrar a notice dated 29th January convening the meeting, minutes of the meeting held on 2nd February 2026, and the resolutions of the meeting, including change of officials. A letter dated 2nd February addressed to Junet Mohammed on his removal, a statutory form PP7 on the change of officials, as well as an attendees list of the meeting were also submitted to the registrar. The Azimio Council meeting also resolved to open doors for new political parties to join the coalition as it prepares for 2027 general election. Stephen Leto, Citizen TV.
Aya, Stone PK, react to that. Nitakuletea Orengo polepole. Hata Orengo naye ameongea. Go ahead, Stone PK. Like, maybe the question which I would ask you is, now Kalonzo Musyoka has been promoted to be the Azimio leader. And then we also have some other news now which are saying that there is a lineup which has been done. Kalonzo Musyoka and Martha Karua, assisted by Matiang'i, and Gachagua is okay with it. React to that matrix. Stone PK, are you there? Aya. Budi, karibu. Umekuja kwa tajiri. Karibu. How are you, Budi?
Tajiri sana.
Bado baridi inaendelea kukukula?
Nikula mdosi, tunakufa mdosi.
Lakini nasikia mumepunguziwa na 900. So wako wengi.
Hatuna shaa mdosi.
Okay, now can you react to me on Kalonzo Musyoka taking the top helm of Azimio, and finally that agreement, although we might call it a secret, but you told me the other time it was something. Kuna vitu zingine tu like ulikuwa unaniambia saa zingine tulikuwa tunasema Raila Odinga alikuwa anasema tu tutatafuta mgombea wa Azimio, but we used to know that itakuwa tu Raila tu. So does it mean that now Kalonzo Musyoka has now become the big man to now be the man who has inherited what Raila Odinga used to do at a silver platter? Like mnajua tu hapa mkienda tu kwa coalition ni huyu. Like Kalonzo Musyoka amegraduate to that level.
Unajua first of all, wacha nikusalimu. I thought I was on mute. Wacha nisalimu Stone PK na wengine wote ambao wamefika kwa show. I think it's a beautiful Wednesday. Today is ladies' night, so we welcome our ladies. I think there is somebody who's trying kupembeleza mwingine at this particular time. But it is all good for us because you know very well that that lineup ambayo imesema on a political angle, I think that's the best thing we can do. But on a strategical point of view, I don't know if you're thinking beyond that. It's laughable.
And you have to tell me between political angle and the strategic angle, which one is it?
Yeah, it's very laughable because now, as you speak like that, somebody is trying also to say that Natembeya has replaced Wetangula. So you leave the Western Gap and the Coastal Gap, and you galvanize two regions that are actually not even first cousins. They are step brothers. So, so step brother and step sister are coming together. And I'm looking at it from many angles. But I've always said that when it comes to Matiang'i and Kalonzo, Matiang'i seems to have a support of the elites and the people who understand the painful frustration that we have perpetually gone through. But then in terms of votes and what you can deliver, I think Kalonzo cannot be ignored in both sides if we were to go by history and the voting patterns Kenya has had, whether perceived that they truly did that or they stalled. Because yesterday we had an angle whereby you asked how come Kalonzo could deliver totally to Raila, but yet governorship ya nini ya Machakos was elusive. Because these are the things that on a strategical point of view, you keep on asking yourself on how actually elections are stolen, but in a subtle way. That lineup in a short term can galvanize us that we are moving closer to an opposition that is well united. But as we get to 2027, you see, the thing about the lineup, Nihi, if you realized anytime Raila was the flag bearer, there's a way that the flag bearer influences how the people want to run, unaelewa, more especially through their party. So I asked myself a lot of questions. Martha Karua's party within the mountain has never penetrated as I wished personally. I wished by now, Jubilee has come, it's going, DCP may come and go, but Martha Karua has been pretty consistent, but her party has never grown. Unaelewa? So, and even her becoming a running presidential candidate of Raila Amolo Odinga, the issue of the party, as a person and as a woman, we could say that like alikuwa also her block, which we were building. She's a woman, she's a lawyer, she's a profession, but from a party point of view, the reality is Martha Karua was lagging way behind. So I'm asking myself, are we going to repeat that mistake, or how are we going to help that ticket? Naelewa. Anything but Ruto, I want it to win. But again, you don't want to leave potholes. I don't know if you are seeing what I'm saying, whereby Western and the coastal are left into the plain. So I don't know how you can convince me about Kalonzo, but to convince me about Martha Karua becoming a running mate, I want you to help me there. And that's why I came to the show early. I want you to help me there.
Okay. And that's why I want to in fact, I want you to convince me as I convince you. This is how pillars are built. There is something we call base zero. And human beings, before they start exploring new territories, they look at what was there and they ask themselves, how can we do more? So, like another one, Martha Karua has been tested. I'm speaking, I'm looking at it like the way conventional people would look at it. I'm not talking of dynamic people, just conventional people who do not want to reinvent the wheel. So somebody will say like this: there was Raila Odinga here and Martha Karua. The ticket was beautiful. They won the election, actually. Ni vile Ruto aliwaibia. So, in a way, we can say Raila Odinga Martha Karua ticket did not fail. Though Martha Karua failed a little bit, although that's what but I don't want to be very hard on her about that because of there was that resistance of votes from where she came from. But at times we also peg it that the votes were stolen. But at least in her larger constituencies, as you have said, she performed because there are so many appealing people. Let me tell you the reason why Martha Karua would be attractive, especially now, is this. Without pitching for her, I'm just looking at it naturally. Number one, there is a frustration of character and the frustration of a good person. Remember, even when Raila Odinga was going for Martha Karua, Kenya was also tipping towards that, Bwana Mbudi. There are some people who are saying, "Ay, Bwana, history of Raila is too much." I know, but because there is a way in which Martha Karua plays very well as a stabilizing agent. Like some of those elites and those people who have some doubt on issues, Martha Karua akiingia hapo anaanzia like some believability. Hii group ni kama kuna pahali inaenda like, and that's
I want you to tackle something here that ikifika on a national platform whereby Martha Karua is given a platform on a national level, there's a tendency of the mountain to offer her as the best solution. When it comes at home, she's been denied even MCS. It cannot be you view Martha and her relationship based on a conduit, not structural functionality. I agree what you're saying, but then those questions come in. The reason why Kalonzo Musyoka at any day, no matter what, I will vouch for him, is because no matter what, whether he is seeking a position or not, his people have shown absolute. And I'm talking on how previously we've been voting. I hope after
He has a dependable base. That's what you are saying. He has
Yeah.
a dependable base.
Yes. So, like, you are talking about what when it comes to Martha Karua? And that is why I've always said that, look, I think the mountain has been very unfair to Martha Karua. By denying her even the governorship. Okay, go ahead then.
Okay. Ati ananiambia nimekuogopa. So no, I was talking about Martha Karua being taken as a stabilization, especially because of the way the environment is, Bwana Mbudi, and I want us to analyze the way the environment is. We have a lot of people who do not now believe in the system, and there are those people who want their vote to do something after they vote. So watu wataki tu kwenda kwa debe because they have voted for somebody. People want people who will go and deliver. That is the and if you know, that's why I want us to first of all analyze 2022. And actually, the reason why, you remember even after Sabina Nyege was part of the matrix at one time. Lakini tulikuwa tumepotea manze. Wacha nicheke. So what I'm trying to explain here is there is a lot of doubt of leaders in Kenya, and especially trying to pull, like, let's say like Gen Zs, for example. We want to pull Gen Zs, hoping that Gen Zs are rational the way they presented in 2024 up to now, that they understand how leadership looks like. There is what they want. Don't you think that actually Gen Zs need people who can deliver and people who are traceable? The question which we should be asking ourselves, and that's now what I don't know, is who did that permutation? Because I think there must be a we need to, because we already know our candidates now, we need to do a permutation. A permutation is a combination. We need to look at Kalonzo Matiang'i, Kalonzo Karua, Matiang'i Kalonzo. Like we have to do permutations. Then after we do permutations, we look at the one, and then based on what I'm seeing there, I'm seeing like Kalonzo is being portrayed like a one-term president from the same, I think, from what I'm seeing. And maybe some of the other guys are being told, guys, just hold the fort. You'll be next in line. But right now, there is a very serious war which we have to win, and there is no time to build a personality. We already need personalities who have been in the air, people who can be just a panel beaten a little bit, and they can be set in motion. This is not a tennis we are doing, where you want to prepare somebody for 20 years. We need somebody who can be packaged in less than a year. And for me, I feel maybe the reason why, like to some extent, they are like putting Matiang'i at the periphery a little bit is maybe because of that. They feel like maybe Matiang'i can be translated to the next years after the Kalonzo presidency. I'm trying to think like them. And they are putting Martha Karua there simply because Martha Karua has already been tested in the previous election. Remember, Kindiki, who will be deputizing Ruto, has not been tested. So Ruto matrix is not known because Kindiki is a new entrant. So, but Ruto is the only one who has been tested. In our side, the president is the one who has not been tested, but now the deputy was already there. So I think that is, they don't want to. I think it is the reason, the person who is thinking. I'm not saying that it is the right thing to do, but what I'm trying to say is that they don't want to invent the wheel, and they feel like they can be able to mobilize much of the votes in that matrix. Another thing which maybe we need to ask ourselves is, as they do that, what is happening? What is happening in just as you have said? What is happening in the coast, and what is happening in Western? Because that one is also another matrix which we have to look. Does it mean that Western can only support this combination if they have a candidate near to presidency? That's a question we need to ask. Can coast people support this combination if they have a person who is nearer to the president? So we need to understand each tribe, what is the proximity to the president do we think we can have, and what can be committed as an association so that we can still be able to optimize that relationship. I think that's what we need to do, because ultimately there will have to be 3 people who will be. But now another thing which I don't know is our prime cabinet secretary. You know, it is not a master Julikane Sai. Does our prime cabinet secretary need to be known by the public now, or right now we focus with the president and the deputy president, and then to send a prime cabinet secretary atakuja kujulikana? Those are things which we have to ask ourselves now. Budi, go ahead.
Let me start. I think it will be fair for me to start this conversation from a personal point of view before I preempt what others may think. I as a voter and as a lover of politics, I'm also entitled, obviously, to my point of view. Maybe if I'm not, you will tell me before I go ahead. I start from my honest point of view as an individual, you know, if you can allow me. Is that okay?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead. Tunajua issue yetu tunasemanga we allow even the people to hallucinate. I see you are closer to hallucination, which is okay.
Yeah, even compounded hallucination is allowed. So
okay, go ahead. You know, we will judge your hallucination.
Yeah.
Unajua hata Jehova Wanyonyi tunaweza mkaribisha hapa akuja atuambie yeye ndiye Yesu.
Yeah, we might need psychiatrics right now, because I think political psychiatrics are needed now. That ticket is dead on the ground, and it cannot survive. A national outlook. That's the first thing. Secondly, the previous, we must compare. Na kula kidogo kidogo, unajua saa hii tuko in a mental hospital, chakula itakunyonga. If you look at when Raila was alive, the political climate and situation of the country elicited a different approach than currently what we are there. The fact that Raila was alive created a miasma, a political miasma that used to be different, that you cannot exfoliate from last time and bring it now in terms of comparison. The death of Raila has changed the matrix totally, completely, and there are things that we never thought we could be talking, now we can talk, or advantages or disadvantages. So the Karua of last is not the Karua right now. Now, that is not a ticket I can vote for personally. And I don't have to explain why. But if I have to go to a ballot box, if I have another choice, I could. But that's not a ticket that can personally excite me. Unfortunately. I believe that Kalonzo is now the perceived 90% presidential candidate coming from the middle of the country needs somebody further from within. And the reason is how Ruto is playing his politics. I don't see people getting excited from, I don't know coastal, but I can tell you from Western, mostly the Bungoma, Trans Nzoia, Kakamega area, who are basically orphaned right now, to be able to run on Wiper and Martha Karua's party. We will be giving other parties an opportunity to lie to us that they are supporting them, but they can be voted in, while we are diluting that party. Because in the end of the day, if you are not from this party actively campaigning from a party that is seeking presidency, we have realized even taking care of the votes becomes difficult. So for me, selling Martha Karua beyond will be difficult this time, because we have upcoming leaders who are being propelled by the people themselves, like Natembeya. Matiang'i has completely dented Simba Arati. When Baba took, when Baba lost, there was even talk that Simba Arati might take over ODM. But right now, even today I saw a video of the best friend of Simba Arati castigating him. The coastal region is still wallowing in confusion. I don't think Martha Karua is able to complement Kalonzo the way he needs. If that is the case, that we need somebody from the mountain that can complement, I'd rather see Rigathi Gachagua in that ticket than Martha Karua. And it's not because I come from the patriarchal hegemony. I don't think for Baba had votes across the country. He just needed a national outlook and inclusion. His ticket needed massage. It didn't need muscles. Kalonzo can galvanize completely his base, which is very important to us. But at the same time, he doesn't need a flower girl. He needs a bulldozer like Rigathi Gachagua, Matiang'i, or somebody who is a no-nonsense, who people will believe that he's not going to pardon Ruto. That is my honest point of view. I may not be able to explain it, obviously, in the way that is convincing, but when I heard that, I was like, no. So maybe Julia can come up and convince me. I want to be convinced today. I'm not here to talk. I want to know why I'm not convinced this ticket is not sellable. I don't know.
Okay. Oh, Julia has just gone, and I think I had allowed her in the studio. So maybe to place a quick one. You know, sometimes it's always good to. This is what we say, like in the career which I do. When you see something, you try to position yourself in the mind of that person, and then you ask yourself, why did he think that? So, could you in a minute try to, like whoever is proposing that Atumujui, there could be some power broker somewhere. Maybe they are testing waters. They want to hear people's reaction, because I think there is something they're looking. But the guy who brought that idea to people, what do you think? What do you think is his thinking? Without saying whether you can support it or not, like huyu mtu ameleta
Actually, that is
information.
what
Nini
came
anatafuta?
into my mind at first, that you see, I don't think he's testing the ground. That one I disagree completely. Because if you look at what Rigathi Gachagua has been able to do in 1 year, if you see, there are names we called Gachagua a year ago that right now, if you call him, even in this show, actually utarushwa chini. Eh? You know, there was a point every day we used to call the Together. That name has totally gone out. Unaelewa? And today, the politics of the mountain is a bit mature. And even the mountaineers can agree that there was a time, even them, they were wondering as a people, where are we headed to? So when I saw this, I asked, do we have moles within the very structure that sat down to propel this to us? And given the fact that Ruto has been known by all means that everywhere we see it, Ruto is sitting there, I was like, who is it? Rigathi who said this, or Uhuru saw that this ticket will be dead before it arrives on us? So the problem is not even the ticket. The problem, if and the most annoying thing is even the people who are coming out with this ticket to us. This ticket cannot survive even 24 hours. And if we force it, we have basically told the surrogates of Natembeya, of Matiang'i, of Eugene Wamalwa, of the people who are traversing the country to start getting. I can't imagine myself. Let me speak for myself, because I think it's easier for me to speak that way. Maybe you can understand me. I don't imagine going to Nyamira and campaigning for the ticket and convincing people. I don't think I'll be able to convince anybody on this ticket. If it's Rigathi Gachagua, I have the confidence to do that. In spite and despite, people may not listen to me. But Kalonzo Martha, I will not have that confidence to do that.
Let me ask you a question. Maybe it's I want you to maybe to think beyond that. Let's ask a question. Okay, let's assume that is the ticket which is there, and Gachagua, Matiang'i, Natembeya, they are rather playing assistive role. Let's analyze Mlima Kenya. Do you think with Rigathi Gachagua playing an assistive role, it might make Ruto more aggressive to actually want to look for more votes? And do you think Gachagua on an assistive role and Gachagua on the ticket, bearing in mind, like, I'm not saying that we need Mlima Kenya. We definitely, we extremely need Mlima Kenya as our ground zero for this campaign, as we need other areas. But if we start with the Mlima Kenya, over 90% of Mlima Kenya with us, it will be very good. So the question which I'm asking, can we be able to mobilize Mlima Kenya to the ranges of 90% with Gachagua on assistive role other than on the ticket? Budi.
You know, unless the Mlima is smart again, it wants to take the presidency. Because the Mlima understands, had they played that assistive role and allowed, because many people looks like they knew the health of Baba, because
No, no, when I say Gachagua on the ticket, I mean deputy, not even
Yes,
president.
I know. So it looks like there are many people who knew the health of Baba because it became part of the campaign slogan, Kuwa, he will not even finish one term. So a lot of people said, Wacha Martha Karua kae kule, and we didn't listen to that. And if Raila had become a president, it could have been easy for again the Kikuyu to continue the presidency like that. Unless Rigathi Gachagua, and which is another strategy that me being in this position will elicit ABCD. If I give it to Matiang'i, it will be difficult to tour Matiang'i after the election. But can I Kindiki Kalonzo? I put Martha Karua, but I take majority of the seats, and after the elections, and I will ask Martha Karua, she will be impeached, I will take over because my party has more people, unless that is the strategy Rigathi Gachagua has. And if that is the strategy Rigathi Gachagua has, why don't he just come out and say, look, I mean, I'm eyeing to be the deputy president and later on to be the president, but the easiest route for me to do is to put my lady here who will not have any people, because you are putting a ticket that obviously the deputy president is going to be removed immediately after the election when they win. And somebody is strategically putting Martha Karua there. We are not saying, Jodida, that Martha Karua is not effective. In fact, if there was anything that I can repeat was PK has said, they've never been actually unfair to Martha Karua. They've been unfair to themselves. You refused her as a governor. You put there somebody you know very well who was not supposed to be a governor. You've been unfair to her that all this time she's fought for the mountain. Even her involvement in 2007 was to fight for actually the mountain themselves. But Gachagua has come in a few days defending the mountaineers, but you have rallied behind him. Okay? So you propelling Martha Karua right now is suspicious, but I am looking on a larger picture. Somebody wants to Kindiki Martha Karua. You go. Maybe you are a winnable ticket, but the moment you win, we take you under the DCP to take over because it looks like maybe. But that is choosing a coalition that will be dead, because right now as we are talking, and I've seen many forums, it has brought so many speculation. Unlike maybe you could have said this and this and this and this ticket. This ticket is causing speculations. And I don't think it was given to us out of goodwill. Another thing, maybe it's as a strategy so that it doesn't weaken our ticket. But if that was a strategy, that was a wrong strategy. Why? Because now you're isolating both ends. You're isolating the Western, you're isolating the coast. And we have talked about the coast so many times that what should we do? Even Msimama has been here. So I don't know. I feel personally that this is a wrong strategy for the whatever is called. Atakama Stone PK, he has a right to say so, but the perceived opposition. Me, I will always say perceived opposition. I know Stone PK attacking the same. I don't see any united opposition here, but the perceived united opposition bringing this ticket, somebody is testing the water to see how to flex us or how comfortable we will be. But I'll tell you, I don't think there is excitement about this ticket at all.
When was it known? When was the speculation for this ticket placed? Is it 1 day ago or it has been
whether it's less than 24 hours? You can almost see that there is that one ambayo it can elicit, but and you could know how the country at large is agitating for ABCD. But this one, I think, made people very cold, and we are speculating many things, and those things are not positive. We are speculating negative things and wondering, is this the brain we have in the opposition? We are even questioning if actually these people really want to win or they just want to lose and be given jobs by Ruto.
Okay. Okay, before I bring Julia, because I also wanted Julia to really settle on this issue well, let me ask you a final question in that, so that it doesn't let Julia vizuri. But let me ask you a question. So, holding that they continue the way they are saying, do you think there's no way in which or that concept might will put let's say like Western and Nyanza at play? Is that you are thinking? Like if that ticket is as it is being said, there is even with the, let's say it's that way, and then people like Akina Natembeya and Matiang'i, they agree to be part of the ticket, even without a clear defined responsibility. Is there a capacity of their regions as principals gravitating to the ticket, or there will be some snaps, like leakages? Let me ask you, like for instance, like the Kisii and the Nyanza people, because they can easily gravitate. Do you think with Matiang'i not having a clear law, like maybe like what happened to Kalonzo Musyoka the other time, what are their chances of voting for that ticket? Or can they abandon that ticket and go for Ruto? Because that's also another question. Or they would abstain.
You see, what holds the center right now is what Kenyans believe, that the Kikuyus, for the first time, they are willing to help Kenya without seeking leadership. But if you are going to put yourself in that position whereby the way you already started, why are you making me speak things I don't want to talk? You're going to resuscitate the shareholdership narrative. Unanielewa? I mean, Njiru, are you a visitor in Jerusalem? You know, there are things that Ruto, we must copy the strategy of Ruto. Wakati unataka uongozi, kuna vitu unaweka kando. Unapata uongozi, then you deal with it. Mbona mnataka tuanze to deal with shareholdership before to end election? You know, the Kikuyus must be, I don't know, what I mean, Nyamaze. You know, you are going to bring a conversation here that maybe I'm going to rattle my friend here, waanze kufikiria about tribalist. The common denominator that is holding the center is the Kikuyus are willing to help the country without seeking. The same way we saw patriotism in Kalonzo Musyoka when he was not able to seek any position but help the Azimio. But you have to remember, the man called Baba at that particular time before he joined Ruto was perceived that even if we are not in this ticket, this man will take care of us. We don't have that man right now. I cannot sit pretty that, okay, hata kama Matiang'i hayuko, Rigathi Gachagua tukiingia daddy will take care of me. Knowing very well is the proprietor of what? Well, you want to bring the narrative of
haya, wacha Julia ongea.
Umesikia hiyo unasema haya, wacha tuache.
I don't want to open you more. Uliniambia jana ati I have tendencies of wanting you to overspeak. Wacha kwanza usimamie hapo kidogo. Julia, let me loop you in. Are you excited with Martha Karua deputizing Kalonzo Musyoka?
Let me first take you back, all of you, that you are all wrong. And now I want to prove my theory here, which I said previously, and PK was backing me. I think we are getting excited or emotional over nothing. I would ask you several questions, and if you can answer me, then you can prove my theory right. Now, first we see KTN, the same reporter, the main one reporter in KTN is the one reporting in Kwa TV na Kwa Standard newspaper, saying that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta has nominated Kalonzo Musyoka as Azimio leader and has kicked out Junet Mohammed. That was some few days ago. Now, that reporter reports that, and we do not see Azimio coming out in public to make a press statement, neither do we even see Uhuru. And I'm asking myself, since when did Uhuru become a coward that he cannot make such press statements? Now, right now, Kalonzo Musyoka, I think, is in the US. These proclamations are being made in his absence. Being proclaimed a presidential candidate is not a small matter. Okay? It is not as ati stories za jaba, ati mnasikia rumors, ati kwanza mnasikia KTN, alafu mnasikia TV47, sijui mnasikia nini. And we do not see anybody coming out boldly to tell us what's going on. Then before long, another rumor comes that now Kalonzo Musyoka is not only the Azimio leader, but is now the presidential candidate, deputized by Martha Karua. Let me say this. Either it is a game plan by opposition to test the waters, or it is Ruto playing this game. This is not real. So personally, today I have not allowed myself to be carried by any emotion.
So if it's not real, why should I not get? So if it's not real, why are you saying I'm being emotional for no reason?
No, me, I'm saying personally. I don't know about you, Alex.
There is a reason to be emotional if it's not real.
So me, Alex, I don't know about you, but me personally, you know, Jiru has asked me to see whether I'm excited or not. So Jiru, personally, I choose not to be excited or not to be excited, because this is not real. Two people are playing the game, either Uhuru or Ruto, and I'll not be surprised that all this press, all this information is coming from Ruto's camp. Why? To scatter the opposition. So, Jiru, I will not swear I'm excited because this is not real. And I can also prove to you another reason why it is not real. If we are expecting the opposition to have a joint presidential candidate, we don't expect to hear Uhuru sat and decided. Uhuru is not vying for presidency. We expect to hear ati kulikuwa na Kalonzo, na Gachagua, na kina Karua, all of them, na kina Matiang'i, that they sat down and deliberated for hours. We would even see the process of their deliberation. And then they came up with this. We would have had all that process. Jiru, when Uhuru said Matiang'i was the presidential candidate for Jubilee, it was announced in public. It was, and when he was given the party leader, it was announced in public. It was official. We are hearing TV47. We are hearing KTN. I refuse to buy this. Is it the stories at Jabba?
Now, maybe take us to memory lane. The association of Raila Odinga and Martha Karua as the deputy. How did it start? Maybe we need to.
No, that one was very out in public, and even that one, and even remember, Jiru, even for Martha Karua to be pronounced the running mate, we were not given stories at Jabba. We had to see the process, and there were negotiations and renegotiations. And you remember, even at one time, Kalonzo walked away. You remember that. It was not just at rumors, the press. No, it was a very serious thing. It was a very serious thing. It didn't just come rumors, the press. Ati from nowhere, ati like a joke. Koni presentation ni mchezo aje. It's like just a joke. Ati a joke came, something came up. Ati Kalonzo Musyoka was declared the presidential. That is a lie. I'm telling you, this lie is most likely coming from UDA. And you people, you will prove me. Give them these few coming days. You will hear. You even hear Uhuru saying he didn't discuss that. Because here.
For a camera, I want to open the camera up conversation with you.
No. Squeeze kungangi camera. Lakini Alex.
Acha nikwambie. Ona sasa emotional. Saa hii umekuwa umefungua kamera Sahi shingo yako ingekuwa ina shake. I can figure out.
Alex, nakwambia hizi ni stories za jaba. Hakuna kitu kama hicho. Let me tell you,
Julia,
by
you
the
are
end
very
of
right.
this week, you will hear people saying we did not discuss that. And I will prove to you that this one was coming from UDA.
It may not be coming also from UDA. It can be a strategy from within to eliminate or some problems that may come later on. You know, it may be like you prop up, people say no, and people start gearing on to understand that, yes, you are within the united opposition, but see, the people will have the last say. So the easiest way to start, maybe to start with Martha Karua and Kalonzo, so that within the opposition, people can understand you're not going just to propel anybody. So we can never say it's just the other side only. It could be on within the opposition itself. But whichever it is, I think it has brought a conversation that we must have. What kind of presidential candidate are we insisting of having? Thank you.
Yes, I also take, so Alex, if I also listen to take what you are saying, personally, I thought it is two-sided. That is a gameplay. And maybe today I'm thinking in a very weird way. First and foremost, coming up with Kalonzo Musyoka. You see this story of Kalonzo Musyoka as Azimio leader, not even Martha Karua. Martha Karua, I'm not even paying attention to that so much. Kalonzo Musyoka as Azimio leader, then from nowhere proposed presidential candidate. I think there is somebody who is being given the messaging that you cannot be the presidential candidate. That is none other than Gachagua. I think that's the messaging that is going on around there. I want to think so. That the messaging is going to Gachagua like you cannot be the presidential candidate. Probably. But if all these stories of Jaba are not coming from Ruto, then the Upinzani are just playing with us. Because ask yourself.
So Julia, let me ask you. You agree with me, and you don't have a right to agree, but you can help me understand this. Because for me, the mountain politics, mi niliachanga sana. Wakati tuliambiwa achana na Mulima, usiguze, nilipundua it is true. There are so much we don't understand about Mulima. Do you think Uhuru is an asset or is a liability to the united opposition? I personally feel it's the worst liability we have, and we should put it away right away.
Who? Come again?
Uhuru Kenyatta.
I don't even know why he's playing part in this. And I'm very surprised that he's been quoted that Uhuru did this, Uhuru did that. I was expecting him to be retired. And even if he's participating, I would have given him a limit of Jubilee Party. Afikishe hapo. So history kusema kwamba ati Uhuru has first you people Alex and Annie saying I'm crying because at mimi ni mtu wa Matiang'i. Hapana, I'm not crying, Anne.
Usisome comment section, utalia tena.
No. Anne is saying I'm crying. Maybe she thinks I'm crying over Matiang'i. No. Anne, I'm not crying. But then Alex, let me ask you something. Uhuru gives us Matiang'i as the Jubilee Party leader, right? And obviously, from body language and everything Uhuru is doing, we can see he's the man behind Fred Kemo Matiang'i. And even he has been walking around saying that people have to think who is the right person for this country. So from nowhere, I think it will be hard for him to just jump ship and even go to Kalonzo. I don't believe that Uhuru believes Kalonzo is the best candidate for Kenya. I don't think that he believes that. Even what Chochenya Tamanani and Martha Karua. That is why I'm thinking that e-ticket is a gameplay. And let me also ask you, Kalonzo is being declared presidential candidate. USI being declared a presidential candidate. Is it a very small thing? No. So now I can prove to all of you that his story is all and is a German gameplay.
Is he a liability or he's an asset?
He's an asset in one way or the other because he's backing one of the people there.
You know, from where I'm coming from, I am slowly changing and willing to listen on the other side that had a reason to say, yes, Matiang'i, we like you. However, your association with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is a red flag for us. And I'm getting to a point, I'm convinced that it is going to become difficult for Matiang'i, not because of merit and capacity, to convince Kenyans, because he's slightly above the Kioni role. But you cannot convince me that Matiang'i is leading actually Jubilee. Okay? And his association with Uhuru puts him to a level whereby he's playing the second fiddle as an individual in a party, and therefore denting his national responsibility as a running mate, as a running, not a running mate, a running candidate, a presidential candidate. So I think Uhuru may have the money or the name or the influence. Without a doubt, nobody disagrees with that. Over time, his association with Matiang'i. As for me personally, I've started questioning it. And I didn't see a point where I will do that. So I've started being cautious about Uhuru involvement in the perceived opposition movement. And you know, if you remember when they were in Raila's Matanga, there's a statement that Uhuru has never refuted. Kuwa nikaita Raila, nikaita Uhuru, wakaniambia, you know, unite the country, you know, put the cabinet together, ABCD. There's allegations that Ruto said right before the face of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta during the funeral of Raila Amolo Odinga, which have never been refuted. And I think it's a high time that we must rethink the overall politics of our country and the history. When Jimmy Wanjigi was arrested a couple of years ago, he said the cabinet was actually made in my house. You know, when we thought Raila was on the other side, Uhuru was on the other side, that day Ruto was not there, and Raila and Uhuru went to Jimmy Wanjigi's house and they formed a government. Okay? And if he has done such before, and he still wants to have the influence, what makes you think that this opposition is compromised already? I'm just thinking aloud. I don't know, but I think I'm getting to a point whereby the involvement, and actually the prominent involvement, proclaimed involvement, and also these things that you hear that Uhuru did this, he has not said it, but his name is being propped up. He doesn't come to refute or to say yes, to say no. So we never know what actually this man does or he doesn't do. Ile kitu Raila alikuwa anasema, wacheni kuleta DJ, wacha kuleta mchanganyiko. I think Uhuru brings mchanganyiko because he doesn't come out rightly to know what he has done, what he has not done, what he can do, what he's not able to do. So I think anybody can come out and say today, oh, Matiang'i amekubali, yeye anaweza kuwa hii na mwingine, because Uhuru is that person that loves deals ambazo you will never. Until today, we don't even know the deal he made with Raila Amolo Odinga. I mean, that whatever they signed, it's not like the 10 agenda that Ruto and Nani Wali signed. We don't even know what he signed with Raila Amolo Odinga. So for you to say he's an asset somehow, he has to be a very difficult asset.
Okay. So we are getting mixed reaction up. Everybody is reacting to those news.
What to scare PK whether he's buying this, whether he's buying all this trash. because me, I refuse to buy it until I see the akina Kalonzo, akina Karua, akina Gachagua wakimesimama wakisema tumeamua this and this. Let's hear whether PK is buying this.
Hi, Julia. Bundi, I had said that mapema. Julia, I think when we opened the show, I did a very elaborate, and I shocked Njiru. I know, I could see his face when I gave him my opinion about all the hula balloons that are going on. And now I can also hear Alex is moving in the same train. But yeah, it is true for me, Julia, and everybody else, is I look at things with a pinch of salt. And anywhere you mention Uhuru Kenyatta, I'm on record for very, very, very close and experienced reasons politically, one-on-one. And it's not a hearsay, it's not, but I've been involved. I was involved when TNA was coming up, when we were forming TNA, and we were there. We are among the people who were really very, 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 very hot about it. The way you get so enthusiastic when you see a savior. So when I talk about my jittery, whenever people try to drag in Uhuru's name, because I know the cost, I know the damage. People think there is a lot of good in bringing and quoting Uhuru because there is this obsession in Kenya that Uhuru has a money and hey, mutajua mujui. Yeah? You know you don't know. And I don't think Kenyans even know who Mama Ngina is. They don't, and I don't know whether Kenyans know who Kikuyus are with their money. Yeah. So whenever people bring in here at so and so ataleta pesa sijui nini na nini, that is where we go wrong. That is why Mulima has been imekufa. Mulima politically is actually dead. Is being resurrected now because they've been adoring pesa. You toss money around. You follow money and you lose your soul. You lose everything, and you get distracted. You never know when you are being lied to. You never know when you are being conned. Ujui saa zile unaingizwa kidole kwa mapua, kwa macho, because you are obsessed with money. People talk of the billionaires. These billionaires are they are the ones that have caused the problems that we have in Kenya. Because of what? They are lukewarm. They are neither here, they are not there. They are protecting their businesses. That is why Kenya is in shit 60+ years. So whenever I hear them being mentioned, for me, I feel so bad. And I always wish that one day Kenyans will stop following that garbage called Pesa, Wadosi, and do what other countries have done. Like for now, we are right. Because right now, nani anaumia? I keep on asking that question. Who is feeling the pinch? Uhuru? The 6 billionaires? Wadosi? No. Kalonzo? Not even. But who are so much united to save themselves? It's the
Stone imepotea. Then there is something as we wait for Stone PK. Maybe Budi, you can help me understand this. Why is it?
You want me to stop or what?
Unajua sikuwa nakusikia. Go ahead.
Sasa umemiss uhondo bana. Am I audible, guys?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know.
Potea for a while, sasa ndio umerudi.
Sasa hiyo nimepotea, si ndio nimesema mambo ingine noma. Sijui nitaanzia wapi sasa.
Uliachia you don't know me with my money.
Okay. Anyway, I don't know. All right. I hope my introduction was audible. Hopefully.
Yeah, it was. And I think the last 30 seconds, maybe 40 seconds, you were very candid. Just continue.
Yeah, so when I was talking about the billionaires and the Mulima influence of money, was I heard about that? Mulinpata hiyo? The obsession with money, which is what has brought Kenya to where it is 6 years down the line.
That is what you are on. The obsession, with obsession with money.
Yeah, so the obsession with money, the obsession with huyo na pesa, yani huyu ana pesa, hawana pesa, is what has killed us for 60 plus years, that we have sunk deeper and deeper and deeper. Okay? And now it's the time that, and thanks to Ruto, that has made now people feel the pain and know that Uhuru cannot save you from your child not going to school, from your wife going to hospital, anakufia mtoto anakufa akizaa. Okay? It's not Uhuru as a person, and when I say Uhuru, I'm talking about the so-called Wadosis that Kenyans, and Mulima especially, adore. All right? Oh, the billionaires, Mount Kenya billionaires and all that. Those are the ones that have messed us. Because for them, they support any leadership. Anybody who steals vote, wakiona anakuwa president, they all follow the Mudosi. Mumeona hata akina Royal Media. You know, people claim they are on this side, and then once ukiweza kuiba tu, immediately unaona wamechange na wameanza kufollow whatever. So we can never get justice when we keep on adoring these so-called dynasties, actually. All right, and that's why I'm saying, for me, when the idea is being sold to mwananchi that Uhuru is ndio ako kwa nini, kwa engineering room ndio wanakoroga. Yani, I'm saying we should look at it with a pinch of salt. For me, it's very sad to hear that narrative is now being propagated. It's like now whatever is being shaped, Uhuru has to be there. You know, it is one of the most unfortunate things that will happen with us, this opposition, this time around. Okay, this time around, mwananchi has been amefinywa mpaka the uchungu mwananchi anasikia, Uhuru asikii. All right, Kalonzo asikii. All those leaders, they are not feeling it. Okay, but some of them have volunteered to lead us into removing this jigger. So now, because we are the people and we are the power, we should only focus on removing the power that is oppressing us. And how do we do that? Hata tukiletewa kondoo hapo, tuambiwe kondoo hiyo ndio tutapigia kura ya kutoa hii mwiba ama hii jiga, we go there. Otherwise, if we start debating, oh Matiang'i, oh nani, oh this, all that, then we are falling into the basket of confusion where ile trap tumewekewa. Okay? For me, I would discourage that. Let the press try to bring those garbage. Because when they telling us, oh, Uhuru chaired a meeting and he was there, they were there distributing, saying, I mean, surely, yeah, of course they will always have a few people, but we want to hear the people that who have fronted to us, like they are the leaders of this opposition. We want to hear them everywhere, and we want to hear their voice. Who is silencing most of them? Why are they quiet? Kama jana nilitoa a proposed cabinet, a proposed wider government formation, which is a good idea. I mean, some people sat down and tried to put a few nini hapa na pale, and when we looked at it, Njiro was so mesmerized with it. My friend somewhere also who was listening to us, to our show, was so happy about it. Yeah. So yeah, we want the force of the people not to be diverted. The force of the people. The people should say, we don't care who among the people who have fronted themselves, wale wamejitolea, the volunteers, because there has to be a few people who will say, guys, let me lead or help us lead you to wherever we want to go. Okay, and for me, that's why for all those who have presented themselves, I have no beef with any of them, because my belief is it's supposed to be a team. I'm not looking at a sole team kama ya nani ya Kasongo. Ile Kasongo ndiye atakuwa tu kila mahali State House wapi, yeye ndiye anazunguka akitoa pesa. I'm hoping that the team that the opposition wants to build is a team of Kenyans. Now those who are volunteered wakue pale, because you have to form a very comprehensive government. We know that kama ni Attorney General tumewekewa somebody we want to believe in, kama ni speaker hivyo. We want to see a team, a government that has the face and the hope of the Mwananchi, the current hope of Mwananchi. Whoever is the president and the deputy, I don't think we should be obsessed with that, because if we are obsessed with that, then we will fall into this stupid confusion that we have been in for 60 years plus, where we start to say, oh, so and so on, looking for a peupe kama pamba person, and we end up losing. And that is huko ndio mnaingiziwa mitego na Ruto, and you are knocked off. So for me, as Tonpike, I don't care who the volunteer is. Whoever will present himself as a presidential candidate, I mean the president, for me, huyo nachukua ni kama captain in a team of a soccer, and the captain in a team of a soccer is not the one who plays and scores the goal. It is the 11, including the managers, including the reserves and all that. That's how I'm looking at it, because the chemistry and the science of agreeing on one person and making the person appear at the end fully acceptable, that will never work anywhere. Back to you, Njiro.
Let me read some comments naandikiwa by different people who are not able to come here.
And by the way, sorry, by the way, Njiro, as you read the comment, just to be to buttress what Julia has asked. Yes, for me, I want to see and hear this team that has volunteered. I'm calling it a volunteer team. Ndio nataka nisikie wameongea, wametoa conference pale. Hivyo hivyo wamekuwa wakiongea. Wamesimama, wametoa, vile walikuwa chachu wakipigwa na bomb. I want them to come out very loudly and say, yes, this is what we have agreed. Other than hizi leakage, tunaambiwa leakage, maybe ni Ruto na watu wake na NIS wanajaribu kutest the waters, you know. And by the way, in Kenya they say panapoficha moshi panaficha moto, and we don't want that kind of nonsense, because we are tired. It has killed us. Hatutaki watu kujifichania na ma meetings za usiku, sijui na ma brokerage, sijui akina ambassador, sijui nini. I mean, we are of that age. Watu tuambiwe ukweli. Watu wameamua ni Kalonzo na kaende. Watu wakiamua ni Kalonzo na Martha ni sawa, kaende, alafu tujue Matiang'i na nini watashikilia nyanja gani zile ambazo ni farm. By the way, these guys can play a role in any part of the whatever call it ministry or department to shape the country. You don't only have to be the president and the deputy president. Back to you, Njiro.
So on what Pika is saying, Njiro, I know you want to read the comments na naona yako. So until then, when they sit and give us a press conference, I think we are buying into Ruto's games. I'm telling you, you see the people are reacting now, and I'm wondering, is it rocket science to come out and announce that we've agreed on this? What is so hard in doing that? It is not. So we are also now getting to that game and being hoodwinked by Ruto. So we are now starting to say, oh, hatutaki Martha Karua, sijui hatutaki nani, sijui Uhuru amesema. Uhuru is the president, amesema ameambia nani sasa? Si aende ambie Jubilee. So sasa si anatuambia nini? As what? So I personally, Njiro, like I said, and I said previously, and go read the Standard. The same reporter that brought the same report in KTN, ameandika hiyo kwa Standard newspaper. So I can even tell you that these people can be bought properly. That's my take.
Sawa. Thank you very much for. So I think now you are slowly now aligning with what the comments which I wanted to read. First of all, Shaima anasema TV47 ni ya Kasongo. I was not aware of that. Wow, kama ni ya Kasongo, so it will pitch for him very highly. So you mean akina Bete Bayo? No, it's not Bete Bayo. Bete nani? That Bete Charo is working for Ruto. Wow. Hey. So wacha nisome comment. Anasema hivi. I think it is UDA propaganda to spoil Uhuru name. Normally, this is not how it is announced. The opposition is supposed to do a big ceremony to announce the candidates. This is being done by UDA and channeling to newsrooms, I think. Yeah, this is how the opposition will announce their candidate. The media is working with the UDA. They want us to waste time discussing Uhuru. They are setting stage to portray Uhuru as a monster like they did in 2022.
Jiru, let me react to that. Kwani Uhuru ni dumb? The last time I saw Uhuru, alikuwa anaweza ongea. Hajakuwa dumb. All right? When there something of this magnitude is propagated, why can't you come out and say that's nonsense? Or even just write release a statement. Uhuru pia yeye anatuzana nini? I don't agree. Yeah? I don't. He should, if it is something that is so, kitu kama hiyo, and he has not said it, he is not party to it. Okay, he should come out and say it, and even Kalonzo, they should also come out and say it. When they keep quiet, what does it mean? What does it mean, even to those others in the team? They are falling, yes, into that hiyo ujinga ya Kasongo, but they are fueling it.
Stone PK, unajua the problem ya TV ni, do you know, na nitawachezea video tena after Ellie speaks. Do you know what that TV person was saying? We can authoritatively confirm. Where did they get that audacity to speak that way?
And when any time you hear a media saying authoritatively, it is true. They have the authority because they can be sued millions and millions of shillings. So basically, any time ukisikia media amekuambia authoritatively, ni kako hivyo. We can only now tukanushiwe na Uhuru mwenyewe. Mlipoambiwa watu wamemeet kwa shamba ya Museveni, watu walianza kusema hapana, hiyo picha ni AI. Okay? Mlipoambiwa watu wako kwa na ambassador Mombasa, Njiru, you Kenyans mnasahau haraka tu vile Raila alisema sisi ni ngiri. Tukaambiwa watu wako Mombasa, wamemeet Mombasa. It's not possible. Raila cannot do XYZ. Haya, tuende kazi. Back to you.
So PK, you are implying that they actually did so. Then unless it's Kalonzo doing that, unless it is somebody who is propagating Kalonzo as presidential candidate, and if you are saying that, okay, now I'm taking it two sides. Somebody is playing the game to test the waters from Kalonzo side and Kina Uhuru side and all that. And somebody, and maybe probably they want to keep Gachagua out. Or UDA is doing it. So if we don't clear it by the end of this week, let's see what happens.
Julia, for me, and you can count, for me, my sense is, I've never lied to me. This is Uhuru meddling. Uhuru is meddling. Kenyatta family is the problem in our country because of hiyo maneno yao pesa nini na nini, hiyo wizi waliiba historic. They are the ones meddling, trying to balance maneno, and that is where we will never win as opposition. When people have money, they can manipulate you and they can do whatever they want to do. And I don't personally, I don't really like it. I know people try to protect Uhuru and all that. For me, a leader who doesn't come out clean, I always call that kind of a person a hypocrite of the highest order. Because you are neither here, you are not there. There is no denial. You don't. And when you kisimama kuongea, unaongea na mafumbo ya kiushenzi. Unaogopa nini? And if you are well pesa na kila kitu, kwani unaogopa nini ukiambia mtu acha ujinga, I didn't do this? When you say that Uhuru has ever come right, openly kusema hiyo acha. Nimkiniweka kidole hata mimi nifanye nini? Man, the guy should he should retire na akae na huko. Yeah? Hata na hiyo Azimio kwanza, it should have been hiyo ingekufa na Raila. Then we go with this new dispensation. Otherwise, we are going back to what even the Gen Z are mad about. Recycling these old people, selfish. I think now people are just grouping. Now we had a very good opposition coming out. Then tunaambiwa Uhuru anaingilia. Mara is appearing. Mara sijui you are in Jubilee, una appoint a candidate. You still want to be man. It is tiring and it is bad, and that is, for me, that is why that Kasongo will screw us like never before because of this shit. Back to you, Njiru.
Alafu PK, sasa Uhuru anachagua kama nani presidential candidates. You know, all these questions nobody has answered me. So me, I think that there's no legitimacy in those statements that were made by the TVs, because he's appointing a presidential candidate as who? He's not even among those people who are vying for presidency. Tungesikia.
No, he's influencing Julia. He's influencing pesa, old money. He's puppeting.
But
Julia,
said the statement said that he said that the opposition met with Uhuru and have decided to have Kalonzo as a presidential candidate and Martha Karua is running mate. And we did see, you know why I'm not buying this PK, and we did see that opposition coming out, unless there's something very wrong with them too. And there's something very wrong with them too. We didn't see them coming out to hold a press conference to tell us what they decided. And
let me tell you,
something very wrong with them too.
Let me tell you, no. Something is very right with them. Let me tell you, Jana, you missed the show. Njiru, you will show that thing, eh? Utatoa hiyo kitu tuliweka jana ya people who are, you know, the proposal of the government that is coming. Okay? Julia, take this to any bank. What you are hearing is actually what has been, to a larger extent, agreed upon, but now the crowd, the people have to be managed. All right? The watu lazima wakuwe managed. The psychophants wa Gachagua, psychophants wa Kalonzo, psychophants wa Stone, psychophants wa Njiru, psychophants wa... That crowd population management in Julia is one of the most difficult things. And somebody who was very good at managing that was Raila. That's why, ask yourself why Raila would tell you, Jumatatu, Jumaine, every time there was something coming, it is crowd management. So this group, among themselves, remember for the last 1.5 months, there has been gravitation of, you know, almost being a clear cut that Kalonzo is the almost likely leader or flag bearer. That came out. But of course, the haters of Kalonzo were there, you know, with all our trivial kind of analysis, watu wanapiga, wanakanyanga, watermelon, nawezi, yeah. But the picture ilikuwa inaelea tu, where was it coming from? Watu wakasema ni NIS, sijui nini na nini. But among themselves kuna chemistry inaendelea. Alright? There is a chemistry that inaendelea. And because they know, one good thing I'm happy about, they know that wakicheza Kasongo atawatia. So far, one thing they have agreed, that they have to remain pamoja. Sasa hata kama ni kondoo itawekwa pale, lazima washikane na wasupport. So Julia, don't have any doubt. What you are hearing, this they are so-called rumors, it's not originating from Mwananchi. Imetokana na hizo circles za the who is who. Haya, hiyo serikali tulitoa jana, ukiangalia mpaka utaipenda, which is what they have been discussing. Okay, anything that is coming in terms of the organization, nani who can be strong where and all that has been kind of this ongoing discussion, because obviously it is not 8 of them or 9 of them that would be flag bearer. So it means that if one of them is a flag bearer, then where will the others hold? Where will they play? Which roles will they play? So that has been going on. Those are some of the discussions that have been going on. When you hear them saying tunaongea, there is nothing else. See, at every day wanaongea nani atakuwa president. No. It is how shall we be effective and deliver to the people of Kenya. That is what it has been. Back to you, Njiro, and everybody else.
Sawa, Ellie, go ahead. There is a lot to react today. Ellie, karibu. Wow.
Karibu ndugu yangu.
Let's go ahead.
Siku hizi watu wanaogopa kunini kuonyesha sura zao hapa kwa hii channel. Sijui wanaogopa nini, pengine wanaogopa ICE inawatafuta. Nyinyi mko America. Hey, anyway, I was really interested in this conversation. It started from sijui sugarcane, and now we have ended up with the official opposition statement about who they want. I remember that we have been rigging elections since 2007, like it's our daily business. So we expect the same to happen next year. But he's a fairly good candidate. People shouldn't behave as if Kalonzo has not been on the ballot for presidential candidacy. You know, he even served as a Raila Odinga's running mate. Now there's going to be some hardline status quo voters, mostly illiterate or semi-illiterate, who would say they can only vote for a certain person because Kalonzo Musyoka was a sellout, you know. They wouldn't want to see the current situation where people have said, why not Kalonzo Musyoka to try his luck as the legitimate candidate? People will even pretend as if they don't know Kalonzo Musyoka. They will say things like, you know what happened in 2002 when Simon Nyachai, and I wanted to direct this to Alex there. He just sneaked out. Not because he's a Kisii, but because he's a Kisii. Simon Nyachai, when Kina Raila went into Serena Hotel with Kina Kibaki and all those people, and Nyachai was supposed to be the appropriate candidate because he had been giving Moi headache. In fact, Nyachai even wanted to stand in 1988, but he was officially banned because of the security issues within the KANU system. You remember Nyachai was a very senior government official before that. But when Raila walked out of that meeting in Serena, they calculated that Nyachai could only afford about 350,000 votes. Is what people are trying to pretend that Kalonzo is like Nyachai. Because Uhuru Kenyatta emerged with something like 1.5 or 1.6 million votes in that year when he was defeated by Kibaki. And Kibaki nearly got 3 million, you know. In this situation, we know that it is going to be rigged. That's what's going to be. That's what's going to happen. I think that Kalonzo Musyoka easily has 8 million votes. You know, when we're talking about voters, and the Kenyan population is nearly 60 million, we disregard the young people, you know, children and all that, maybe 20 million. So the adults and the registered voters will come down to about easy 20 million, right? And I think that Kalonzo Musyoka, if this campaign is done properly, all those people who are against the mechanisms of William Ruto, including people in Rift Valley, will vote for Kalonzo Musyoka. They know his face. They know his political architecture. They know his faults. No one is perfect in our Kenya. Now, let's look at Gachagua, which is what Alex was proposing here, I think. Do we want a divided vote? Because these people, they are going to use this trick to tell us that Gachagua did this, this, and that. He's a tribalist. And do you want to vote a tribalist? That is the campaign they're going to use if Gachagua was the candidate, unfortunately. But you know yourself that in the Kenyan political space, parliament, the executive, you name it, everyone is a tribalist. So there is no way they can use that as a way of dealing with Gachagua, but they will do it because that is the easiest way to win. And then I object to Alex's comments there because I don't know if he implied or he was specific about it, but to kind of say that Gachagua is the most appropriate candidate. I think that's what he meant. But I doubt that this can work for Kenyans because these guys are ruthless. UDA, supported by Yoweri Museveni, they will use that against the candidacy of Gachagua. One of the reasons why I like Gachagua, there's many that I don't like about him, is just like a typical Kenyan politician. When these people were saying that, why is he speaking his language in rallies and in meetings and so on? What language do you want a person who is a Kikuyu to speak? I really celebrate people who have their culture at the apex of their thinking, because I think it's a very important thing to do, especially when you're grabbing the national platform. Raila Odinga did it all the time. And many politicians have done this. In fact, I think that if you look at the archives of our history, going back to the 1960s, these politicians of the 1960s, kina Mudi Awori, kina, the old men and women, they basically used the English language as their modus operandi. Yani they try to speak like the subject of the Queen at the time. Those days are gone. And I propose that whether Gachagua or any other leader pronounces themselves in their mother tongue, there is nothing wrong with that. But the point I have is that the status quo voters who will object to Kalonzo Musyoka's candidacy, they will be doing Kenya a disservice. I think that Kalonzo Musyoka would be the most appropriate candidate. I was really annoyed to read something the other day that that the U.S. government is proposing Kalonzo Musyoka at TCG. That at that point I'm really fed up because I'm fed up with the Western governments interfering with our politics. So, Njiru, I hope that you understand that the politics of Kenya, since this coalition business started, because it's a business, it's easy to rig. I know that Njiru Stoney does not want to hear this, that that we should just talk about the positive result of the official opposition winning, that we shouldn't wonder even if it's a goat that will be pushed there to beat Ruto. Fine. But we should bear in mind that there is a gigantic task to defeat rigging. From the appointment of a chairperson who is apparently Ruto's friend, in IEBC, just like the previous chairs of the IEBC. And the other day they were saying how they're going to improve their smart election template. They're going to make sure that there will be no rigging. Our election materials are coming from Europe, and our high school and other sorts of national exams are coming from abroad. I mean, why do we mistrust each other? I think we've spoken about this before, where, for example, in Gambia, they used, marbles and hizo vitu za hizo magololi, alafu hizo zingine zinatumia kwa ajua, hiyo game ya ajua. They used those to choose their leaders, and it cost them nothing. And so, but we know that nothing can change in terms of how IEBC procures in the next few months. We know. But I think that we should crowd manage this thing properly so that Kalonzo Musyoka has a say. There is no one perfect there. But if you look at the list of people, even the ones that William Ruto is paying now to these people like Eliud Owalo, who messed up NASA. Was it NASA or the other one? One of those coalitions. Eliud Owalo was the chief campaigner, and he ended up in Ruto's government. Until now, he's also a presidential candidate. Him, Kina Wajakoya, these people, they usually emerge with 60,000 votes, no problem. Those 60,000 votes are important. You may look at these people and think that they're a waste of time, but these are people who have been paid. The security, the securocrats, they know what they're doing. So not only defeating Ruto, but defeating people who are acting, these proxies like Wajakoya, Eliud Owalo, and more to come. On the issue of sugarcane, that's a very bitter issue for me because I come from the sugar belt, and I'd rather keep my mouth shut. So thank you.
Why do you want to shut? And we are here to discuss and look for solutions. So you have discussed about Kalonzo Musyoka. You didn't touch about that proposed discussion about Martha Karua being the deputy, the alternate to Kalonzo. What about that?
Njiru, there's nothing wrong with Martha Karua.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Njiru, when Eli has spoken very well about the Kalonzo candidacy, that tells you, it implies whoever goes with the Kalonzo definitely will have. When these people are paired in Njiru, maybe we should tell you, some of us who are more experienced. When you hear somebody being a governor, alafu usikie ule anawekwa deputy, there are so many parameters that are looked into thoroughly. Either governor kama ni mwizi, the deputy atakuwa mtu ana hizo attributes. And that is how it goes. Governor kama ni mtu wa austerity, mtu very straight, mtu mzuri, you will find the deputy wana that kind of character. So automatically, when Eli submitted that he thinks Kalonzo should be given a chance, it is by extension the running mate, and whoever has paired that, it's somebody who there are people thinking, Bwana Njiru. I know I've just hijacked. Let me comment. Eli has implied that it's like when I'm talking about whoever should be leading and all that. It's like I'm putting aside the issue of rigging. But Eli, I'm a victim, so I can never ever discuss campaign. I'm a political activities za Kenya without having topic pale juu hapo rigging. Rigging is always number one for anybody who has participated politically in Kenya. We know, and this I've always said in this podcast, that the rigging that happens right from the seat of MCA all the way up is massive. Only that people choose to keep quiet because it's expensive to go and put up petitions. Ndugu zangu, 80% of these candidates that you see who come out wakiwa wanasherekewa wameshinda, huwa wamerig elections in Kenya because we have a very poor and corrupt system of monitoring and prefecting elections. right from the MCA before, right from councillor. Because IBC by itself, it's a rot. It's rotten, right from grassroots all the way to the top. The recruitment of these people who are wale wanaitwa maclerks na nini, you just pick garbage from the street. Yeah, it's a job opportunity for anybody. All right. So if you participate 100%, then you'll be able to see all these kind of things. Some returning officers, you find some very people who failed and who are very poor performance in civil service. Very, by the way, if you want to get some of those Kenyans that are very poor performers in any task and the civil service. Back to you, Njiru.
Yeah, Njiru, you asked me, thank you, thank you, Stoney. Njiru, you asked me about Martha Karua because I don't know how I missed her in my observations there, but I think that she is a very good candidate for deputy president. Martha Karua once was interviewed about the post-election in 2007. She was asked, how can you be Raila Odinga's running mate when you opposed him, when you were on Kibaki's side? You stood there with Kina Wetangula and Kina George Thuo, who was the other guy? Mwangi Kiunjuri, and the former finance minister, I really can't remember his name, Kimunya. A famous moment where they made a speech in front of KICC. I'll never forget that. And I heard how Martha Karua spoke. And I hated her, yani vibaya sana. But when she was interviewed, she was asked this question. And she said, listen to me. I was Kibaki's chief agent, chief campaigner. And that's why I defended him, whether it was rigged or not. She was honest about why she did what she did, despite the consequences and how many people died and the nighttime presidential oath. But those things, we have passed that bridge. We can move on. I think that she is a very good candidate, even for president. But for deputy president, I think that she knows Kalonzo very well and they can gel. It's not like a forced marriage between him and Raila Odinga. That was a bit tricky, even though it had to happen. But this one of Martha Karua and the Kalonzo Musyoka, I think the two of them, they don't have some kind of bitterness. So I think this one can work very easily. If we look at it tribally, the Kambas will be pleased. The Eastern Bloc, including the Kambas in the Coast Province. And of course, if we look at it tribally again, the progressive Kikuyu people will be pleased that for those who object to Gachagua, but if Gachagua is on this side, they will be pleased that Martha Karua is a candidate. Of course, the problem will now be the pockets of the places like Nyanza. But I still think that in Nyanza, people are so angry with their MPs that this time that could be translated in the political presidential elections, because in Nyanza many leaders are they're not going back to parliament or to the Senate. I believe this because that's what people are saying on the ground, and now they're not afraid, because before all these leaders were hanging on the coattails of Raila, who is not there now. So people are angry kabisa. Unaona, the votes might be split, but if that is happening in Nyanza, that could also be repeated in other parts of Kenya, where people are mad angry about their MPs, and they can translate that into the presidential vote as well. Si kama zile za zamani, unapata kuna mtu amevote for president, alafu hii ya MP hata ajali. Unaona? So that's my thoughts about Martha Karua. Thank you.
Okay, so I want us to go a little bit ahead kidogo. And now that Ruto wants us to talk about the combination of the opposition and with the revival of Azimio, as we are aware that Azimio has been revived. So the question which I'm asking, is Kindiki going to be helpful to Ruto this time around? Or Ruto is thinking other things beyond Kindiki? Or tu anataka tu Kindiki kama flower girl?
Was he helpful to him? Was he of any help? Is Kindiki of any help to Ruto?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to ask, because you know the uchaguzi ndio hii and your deputy has to be helpful. Is he helpful to him?
Has to be. You know, has to be, but that's why you'll be dropped. Kindiki is good, is cooked, in my opinion. Yeah, if you see the way the matrix will play on the opposition side, it has a very serious implication on Ruto's side. Okay, because one, remember Njiru, Ruto has lost the mountain. He tried to pretend unless Mulima ifanye, sijui itakuwa imefanya ujinga gani. Hizi ninaona hizo clip ulikuwa unatuonyesha hapo ali, nikakuuliza ama ni AI. I still don't want to believe that you can have 12,000 people ama sijui nini na nini following mtu. Of course tutaambiwa ni pesa, and then alafu nikarudishwa karoho kidogo when there was this zinaitwa walkout. Okay, but I'm still hoping, this is now hoping, that Mulima has truly learned a lesson, because Mulima never learned any lesson. 24 years of kukanyagwa direct mpaka wanajua hao ndio ilikuwa target direct. 24 years they came, wakakuja wakaenda mpaka wanachomelewa kwa kanisa na watoto wakaweka chini, wanasema hao ni watu wa Mungu, they forgive. Alright, mpaka wakaambiwa shida ile niko nayo kubwa sana ni mtu anaitwa Mkikuyu, wakasahau hiyo, wakasema kumira tugokera tene. I'm hoping that they have learned, and if they have learned, then obviously Kasongo is in a lot of danger, and Mulima, appointing anybody in Mulima will not help him. That's why for me, I think Nani ni short-lived. Okay, because he has to go either to the west ama to the Luo, na kuenda west itakuwa ni shida juu hapa amepromise the Nyanza people, and then he will throw down on him that the Nyanza is no longer the Nyanza that Raila used to command. In fact, Nyanza is now so fragmented that I don't think kama anaweza zoa kura 500,000 from Nyanza. I'm telling you, Nyanza will be so fragmented, and Nyanza will go to the trivial archives za history, political history. Nyanza is going back because they have made one of the biggest blunder. They'll go back to where they were those 1960s, you know, because nobody will trust them. Nobody, because now when they go singing about Kasongo, nobody will want to go near them. And that's why the clever leaders in Nyanza are already churning and paving their way. And those are the ones that are now going to save those proper thinking leaders in Nyanza. Otherwise, hao wanasema broad based nini, hao wataingia oblivion. And it is true what Elia said. Once they will be swept, kuisha. You had Nani crying, Al-Kilament jana, the finance guy. He went lamenting in front of people. Ndio unasikia saa ingine, I think education doesn't help. You go lamenting in front of wanaume ukilia ukiwaambia ati hata ukilia utapata shida, utakula tu. Who are you telling this kind of a thing? Those are signals and indicators of very desperate people that are now, they know that now mambo yameharibika, so their work is just lamenting like a woman chased out of her matrimonial home. So Kindiki, sooner than later you'll be of no value to Ruto. Because if Mulima is gone, ikishaenda ukweli iende, atakuwa anaongeza value gani? Kuleta watu wa village yako yao hapo Mtuanjero, ama panaitango aje Mkoanjero na hapo. Hao wadharaka kadhaa. Sincerely speaking, hata kama ni wewe Ruto Njiru, utakaa na yeye akusaidia na nini? Am I being too harsh on him?
I think Professor Kindiki will go back to academia. I just think that's what he will do. Because in our politics now with these coalitions and the state of flux, if Ruto can easily remove Gachagua within hours, then what is Kindiki as a deputy president? He can just do that. He can hand that candidacy to another person, and he can claim that it was the NEC or whichever executive committee that proposed another candidate in order for the coalition to work strong. People have been talking about Gladys Wanga, and Oburu Odinga said the other day that no, we are not interested in the deputy position. But we know those are jokes, because there are people in different parts of Kenya who are being banded as new candidates for deputy, the running mate of William Ruto. And each one of them is working very hard to be recognized as a running mate of William Ruto. And Ruto can do this very easily, Njiru. It is not, the man doesn't care about people's emotions. You think he cares about the emotions of Kindiki? No, he doesn't. And that is why it was very easy for him to remove a person that he prayed with. They prayed together. And they spent hours together campaigning. He was in Central Province more than in any other part of Kenya during the campaign. And he basically kicked him like a dog, So if we think about Kindiki, that is indispensable, that is, that doesn't even work, So the thing is, we should be interested in what happens to ODM. Because right now, ODM is under the leadership of William Ruto. Totally, If a candidate comes up, huyu ambaye atamtoa huyu Oburu, I don't know who that person is. If ODM comes with a strong person, a strong leader, then kina Ruto wasahau kabisa. Because then ODM can make a coalition with this united opposition. But at the moment, I just see, because how is it that as soon as Raila Odinga died, someone out of nowhere at Junet Mohammed and someone else decided that Oburu Odinga is now the leader, the party leader? What? This thing, it beats us. We Luo people, we don't understand it.
It's the first time that ever happened. It's the first time it ever happened. It was a disgrace to the community, and that's not how things are done.
Even to their family.
Yeah, it was a terrible thing.
Even to their family. That Kamze, he goes around joking that he's a youth leader. These people gave him a Senate position as a youth leader. He nominated as a youth leader. What? And then Raila Odinga died, alafu it became a family business. No. That thing is annoying Luos. We don't recognize Oburu Odinga. No, we don't. So we think that if we have a a charismatic person to take over ODM. By the way, that person should not be a Luo, because this is the way ODM is going now. It's not good. This is the party that has all the money. It's the wealthiest. It has the largest numbers, and they behave like they're running a cattle dip. I think that a lot of voices are talking in ODM, but they are still afraid to position themselves. So, I'm more worried about what happens at ODM than whether Kindiki is effectively removed by Ruto.
Allow Orengo speak, eh? Wacha niweke Orengo. Orengo will show you different crowds within ODM. And sasa utaanzia kujiuliza, hey, Stone PK, fungua nitakwambia sasa na KM ulikuwa na matoto mbawa. We say that. Fungua masikio kama mbawa. Mbawa sijui ni nini, tulikuwa tunaambiwa ulikuwa na matoto mbawa. I don't know what our parents used to say. Mbawa sijui ni nini.
Mtu akidhubutu kumtoa Sifuna katika ODM Secretary General, yeye ndiye atakuwa mwisho wa ODM. Kweli ama si kweli? Kweli ama si kweli? Lakini wewe unajua bado tunalia sana. Baba alizikwa mwaka jana, na nataka niseme kwamba lazima tupatie heshima familia ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Mama Aida Odinga amepitia mengi sana. Ameishi miaka 10 kama Raila Odinga yuko gerezani. Na watoto wake wakinawili wamepata mateso makubwa sana. Kwa hivyo mimi naomba tumuombee Raila Amolo Odinga pamoja na familia yake. Na hatutaki watu wachezee familia ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Hatutaki. Mimi nina machache. Mtu akitaka kujua ni nini Raila Amolo Odinga alisema, sikia sauti yake, angalia maandishi yake. Na haya ambao ameweka sahihi, Sifuna alikuwa pale wakitunga haya maneno, na akaweka sahihi pamoja na Rais Ruto. Kitu cha kwanza ambapo Raila alisema katika haya maandishi ni lazima tuangalie mambo ya cost of living, hali ya maisha. Anasema kabla kufanya chochote viongozi tuangalie hali ya maisha ya wananchi. Iko kwa maandishi ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Sijui kama hali ya maisha yenu ni mzuri. Hali ya maisha yenu ni mzuri. Wengine wanasema tuko kwa serikali. Yule yuko kwa serikali ndani hapa, niinue mkono juu nione. Hebu inua mkono kama uko kwa serikali. Sisi tuko kwa hali duni ya matatizo. Raila akasema, na hapa nikaweka kidole, akasema hii memorandum si ya kuweka formation ya political coalition. Amesema hapa, anasema hapa hakuna mambo ya coalition. Raila alikuwa anasema lazima hizi zitimizwe kwanza ndio tuanze mambo ya coalition. Na haya maneno ni mazito sana na siwezi kuzisoma zote. alisema watu kushika kiholela holela na wengine ambao waliuliwa, lazima haki itimizwe na walipe compensation. Akasema hali ya vijana, Gen Z mko hapa? Raila hakusahau mambo ya Gen Z na hali ya akina mama ameweka katika hii mkataba ambao najua mkono wa SG Sifuna ilikuwepo hapa. Kwa hivyo msidanganywe. Raila kusema mambo ya coalition, alisema haki ya wananchi itimizwe kwanza, ndio akiridhika anaweza kusema ya kwamba sasa tunaweza kufanya nao wenzetu kazi. Na alisema haya maneno lazima zitimizwe kabla ya tarehe 7 mwezi wa 3 mwaka huu. Sasa hatuwezi kwenda kwa mkataba na chama chochote, haswa UDA, bila haya maneno yote kutimizwa. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Ni kweli ama si kweli? Na baba mahali anapolala alisema ya kwamba lazima tufungue 7. Alitaka, amekubali, Uhuru ameongoza, amekubali, Ruto ameongoza, lakini mahali baba yuko, he knows that he won the elections in 2017 and 2022. Kama Ruto ni rafiki ya Raila ya dhati, afungue hiyo 7 tuone kama yeye ndiye alishinda ama baba ndiye alishinda. Wangapi wamekubali tufungue 7 nione? Aya iko kwa maandishi hapa. Hapa iko kwa maandishi. Bila kufanya majadiliano na Kasongo, lazima tujue alishinda ama aliiba kura. Lazima hiyo, kwa sababu ameweka sahihi hata yeye ya kwamba 7 zifunguliwe. Mpaka sasa hawajafungua. Kwa hivyo, I want to ask you good people, the priest, wewe leo, I like the sermon, standing the storm. Standing the storm. And me, I can give my own personal testimony that I've stood the storm. Ikiwa ni Kenyatta, ikiwa ni Moi, ikiwa ni Kenyatta, ikiwa ni Kasongo, I have stood the storm. Sasa sisi kama Wakenya, we must stand the storm. We must stand the storm. Na unajua, ukiwacha mtu amekuwa na mazoea, hata ile utu ambaye imebaki hawezi kukuonyesha. Juzi nikasikia watu kutoka sehemu ambao nimetoka, ni wapumbavu. Ni wapumbavu. Kwani nyinyi ni wapumbavu kweli? Ambao mnakuja kwa kanisa kila Jumapili? Tumerebuka. ODM must not be sold. Nilisema hapo mbeleni, hawa watu wanauza chama. Ukienda siku hizi kwa mikutano ya ODM, ile opulence, wazungu wanasema opulence, na conspicuous consumption unaona machopa, unaona viongozi wakija na mambo ambayo ya kushangaza, na chama hii ni chama cha wananchi, si kuonyesha wananchi vile tuko na mali. Kwa hivyo mimi nasema kwamba ODM is the biggest party in the Republic of Kenya. It has always been the biggest party in the Republic of Kenya. Kila chama iko Kenya inatamani kufanya kazi na ODM. Lakini sisi kama ODM tunajua sisi ndio chama kikubwa in the Republic of Kenya. Kwa hivyo hatuwezi kwenda kwa mazungumzo, mtu anakuja na presidential candidate na ODM haina presidential candidate. Haya itakuwa maajabu. Wangapi wamekubali ya kwamba ODM must have a presidential candidate? Na hiyo ni uamuzi ya Azimio ya Kawangware isikike. Mimi nikimaliza
Stone PK, I want you to start with that. That was Orengo today.
Orengo today repeating what he said when. And he has done it so well that amefuatiliza vile Sifuna alisema jana kwa Citizen TV. Sifuna had a very tough interview with Nani's explainer, this lady. This lady anaitwa Okora. Okay? And now it looks like Orengo has just ameweka rubber stamp. Ameapprove Sifuna's interview, what Sifuna said with finality and authority about ODM. So definitely that now tells you that mambo si mazuri kwa ODM, kwa wale ambao wanajiita kina Gladys Wanga. Yeah. Unfortunately, people who are sympathizers, they are forced to be in a very tight corner, and that is why I don't know how Winnie will play that politics, because ODM sijui sasa itaendaje. But for me, what I'm thinking is, you have people like Babu Owino, they are emphasizing and they are insist lazima ile NDC ifanyike. Unfortunately, NDC will not be able to, ikifanyika itakuwa na fujo sana, and of course Oburu will be rejected massively, and I hope it can be managed such that hata ikiwa na fujo kuwe tu na outcome fulani which will be able to hold the party, because I would feel bad if the party dies. Yeah, but even if kuwe na fujo and then they are able to hold together and get some semblance of leadership that will be ratified in one way or another by the NDC, so that at least some of those leaders who have been in fear, while we've not been able to see them because they were being bullied by the pro-Baba teams, then we get the kind of independent and progressive leaders from Nyanza, ndio join those other progressive leaders from the rest of the country. Because my fear is, if ODM was to be led by the Uburu and that, they will cause a damage to the bigger Nyanza section of the Nyanza population, and it's not the fault of the Mwananchi. Yeah, because if they are allowed to pretend that they are the leaders, then they will weed away. I mean, they will block people from even associating with ODM, and the people will run away and leave it to be like it's a village party. Yeah. So I don't know what the Sifunas, the Babuinos, and all those politicians of goodwill. I don't count on Oparanya sana because naona Oparanya akiwa kigeugeu. Sijui hiyo, he has a funny character. He's yani mara hapa mara huku mara. I love people like Sifuna whose stand is known. Watu wengine wanajidai ati siasa ni kukaa, you are not known where you are standing, sijui kujificha ficha. And I keep on saying those are the leaders that have caused us to be in the problems that we are in. You know, ujulikani, mara uko hapa, tunajidai ni kubalance maneno, ati siasa sijui ni nini, siasa ni kujificha. And then we end up being in all those kind of nonsensical. Usiku you are meeting these people, mchana uko na hawa. It is sad. It is sad. So I wish the team, and I'm happy that Orengo is echoing exactly what the SG is echoing, and Akina, the strong team, including Akina Hamisi. What Orengo has done it's good, and that should be the precedence. Back to you, Njiro, or anybody who wants to changia. Eli, if you are still there. Hata nani mwingine yuko, hata Julia, if you are there, coming. Studio hakuna mtu.
Muriaki kidogo hiyo video ya nani ya Orengo. Julia huko.
Ulishafundisha watu hii tabia, Njiro. Unajua they have copied you. That's why kiongozi akidua wengine wanadua pia.
Story PK, I have to end the show because I need to react to something here and I can see ni kama dialogue yenu imeisha.
Kumendaje? Poleni. Acha tu niseme yangu ya mwisho. About ODM, I think Akina Badi and Akina Junet, they thought they were going to hoodwink everybody. Kina Oparanya. Lakini I want to repeat what Gachagua said. Gachagua said that he has always envied Raila Odinga so much because of the kind of leaders he has been having around him. And I agree with him that there are people in ODM who cannot be hoodwinked, who cannot just be drawn to what Akina Oparanya are doing. Yani wako na msimamo. Those are the kind of leaders we have had in ODM, Akina Sifuna. So if the likes of Oparanya and Akina Junet thought they were going to hoodwink them, I think they were wrong. And I think now they are getting their dose. And I don't think it's going to be an easy ride for them, because these people, Akina Orengo, these are people who are principled. These are people who we saw fighting for Kenyans' liberation. Orengo has always been the fighter, the one to fight for Kenyans. So I don't think it's going to change just so fast. So I'm very impressed with Orengo, and I feel like he's still representing what Raila Odinga would have represented. So that's my take, Jill. Na naona watu wameenda, hata mimi wacha niende. Wa Kenya, asanteni. For Uhuru story, ati mara Uhuru amechagua Kalonzo. I'm here to see that. I'm waiting for a press conference this week to hear what exactly happened. But before then, I'll not buy into this story. I'll take it as stories za Jaba, kama zile za Kasongo. Asanteni, good night, bye.